Alexa, who be there? Come in, come in. Don't be shy. Hello, hello, test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Can you hear me? How's the volume? No good? Good? No good? Let's see if somebody comments. Hello, hello, 2 people. Come in. Can you hear me? I guess not. Nobody's commenting. Hello. Aha. Who is that? It's Rager. Hey, Rager. Dick. Yeah, I'm not in the mood tonight. Can you hear me? Teg. Can you hear me? Come in, come in. Yes. What does yes mean? Say yes, I can hear you. It's good? Or I'm going to close it and try again. 20 people. Come in, come in. Uzbekistan, can you hear me? Dilwad? Sounds good. Okay, good. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. What does that say? Brigadier. No, not Brigadier. But at least you're on the right page. What's up, ladies, gentlemen? Good job. Thank you, Ace. 23 people already. Come in. Flood the room. Say hello. Oh, hit the thumbs up, if you would. I don't see one yet. Come on, get the thumbs up going. You stay there. Okay, I'll stay here. What's new, everyone? Tell me where you are. What part of the world are you coming from? 27 people. Come on in. Flood the room. I've been doing super good lately with viewers and thumbs up. I think I got 105 last time. And 6,500 views. See if we can... What's the topic? Usually one of 3 hashtags. The military, emergency medicine, and the Word of God. That's probably what brought this channel in front of your view. One of those 3 hashtags. Excuse me, I'm signing in. Nope, wrong one. I just realized it was not the right password. Give me 1 second. I'm using an Xbox, so it's... Okay, I had to accept the two-step verification. There, now I'm not zoomed in again. There we go. Oh, we wrote a short novel. Hope you all take this as a sign and know that God has unlimited forgiveness, acceptance, and unfailing love for everyone to receive if, there's the key word right there, conditional, if. Actually, even better put, if we believe. That's what John 3:16. Let's stick to the word of God, right? For whosoever believeth in him. But in order to believe, you need to understand. So that goes along with knowing why we need a Savior, et cetera, et cetera. And then once you understand, then you can believe. Then you realize you need to cry out for forgiveness, you need to so on and so forth. Praise him for doing what he did. And if you truly understand all that, then he said, today you will be with me in paradise. And you're set. You're set while you're still on this earth, and you're set when you leave this earth. Win-win proposition. What a deal. What a God, right? Actually, Friction, just a random swipe though, but how did you end up swiping my channel? The algorithm brought it in front of, on your phone. Eight-year contract. 1999 to 2007. I could have stayed in 20 years, but I decided to sign out once I got back from Iraq. It was something I didn't want to sign up for, or if I could prevent it, then that was my choice. And I decided to let my contract expire and filed my paperwork in 2007 and said, thank you very much, United States Navy. It was fun and it was a good experience. Ended it in Iraq. No, it's a second-class petty officer in the United States Navy. Yeah, don't forget the thumbs up, Kobe. Thank you. Hoorah. Did Dad believe before he left this earth that you know of? What's going on, Madilla? You're back. Welcome back. You're making noodles, dude. Make me hungry. Go ahead. What are you making? Pancit? The packaged noodle? Kobe, I said, I asked, did you, as far as you know, did your dad know Christ before he died? Yeah, I know what you said, Wani. I said, go ahead, make me hungry. Tell me what kind of noodles you're making. Okay, let's get my channel up and running here in front of me. No, new MEP. United States Navy. It's equivalent to a sergeant. It's an E5, petty officer, second class. 2 chevrons. And this is a Marine Corps cover. Let's see here. I was in the military, old money. 1999 to 2007. Okay. I got it up here on the screen, so it should be good to go. You guys are chilling your content. Stay comfortable, have fun. Christian, don't forget the thumbs up. Thank you. All right, bro. Thanks, Kobe. Hoorah about your dad. Mine too. I got to share the gospel before he died. 6 years before he died. Yep. You should have known better there, Pixon. Hoorah. Go Israel. Uncle used to serve in Iran's Navy. I think you told me that before, Madhya. Hoorah, JMD. Old money. What's up there, bro? I was 37 until I was 45. I joined the United States Navy Reserves. What? Love is blind. That's why you can't see our Creator, but you can see His love all around you. You can see the evidence of Him all around you. And love isn't blind. What do you mean love is blind? Love is the willing, sacrificial giving of oneself for the benefit of another with no thought of return. That's true love. Lucas, eat me, bro. Not in the mood tonight. Poof. Later, dude. Do you think you were strong-minded when? In the military? Yeah, no kidding. You think? About the U.S. destroying Iran's military. What's up, old money? Are you a United States citizen or what's up? Do you have a bad day or? You know what, guys? I suggest, I'll tell you what branch I was in, but take a screenshot or whatever of this and then just Google it real quick and it'll tell you what branch I was in and what it is and what my position was. I don't know. Which one? OU 8, 12? Figure it out. Victory. There you go. Victory just nailed it. There. And Stelio is giving more information. And Ace is nailing it right on the head there. So war is always bad no matter the circumstances? So if Japanese is attacking Pearl Harbor, do we just sit there and let them bomb our naval ships and just don't fight back and create a war? It'll just be one-sided and right? War takes two. So if we just don't do nothing and let the Japanese destroy and then let them progress into America, and we never did anything about it? That's not true, Ropo. Poor. Crazy House, homie. Now he's calling me homie. Two different branches, homie. And one works under the jurisdiction of another and provides medical support for another. So, which am I? Correct, Crazy House, a reservist. What's that? Absent. Stop being obsessed with proving yourself. Huh? Proving myself as what? Hoorah, editor. Son, Zach! What's up, bro? How's Aussie land? That's not true, bro. If somebody's shooting at me, I need to eliminate him so that he doesn't kill me. That's self-defense. Kupo. Australia that spent $400 billion on 2 Orca submarines. What do I think of? I don't know. I didn't know that he did that. What's the quote? Do you think the money is worth it? New MEP. Sorry. What was the question, MEP? I got to scroll back. Or just type it again. I missed it. E5 came in as an E4. And it was a 8-year contract. Crazy House. Keep it up, bro. Have you been on a vacation lately? Yes, they do. Victory. They do carry weapons. My favorite cadence. Oh my gosh. I forgot them. Really, I don't remember. You know, that's not new, that stealth camo. That a guy succeeded with that a long time ago. It was demonstrated, I think, in Japan. Worth the money. Well, put it this way, as a young single guy, it really doesn't matter how much money you're making at the beginning because they provide everything for you. They provide housing, they provide food, so you're not even paying for that. The hourly rate that he's going to be making isn't going to be very much, but you know, as a young single guy, you're set. I mean, you're getting fed, you're getting paid, you're getting housed. You know, what else do you need? What's your call sign? I didn't have a call sign. They call me Mac. Some of them call me Mac, but that was my dad's. Only because I'm a Mac, my last name. But they call you by your rank. It's HM2 or Doc. It's stupid to be anything but Air Force. Are you with Israel or Palestine? Israel, of course. What? Hiding in a truck still? What does that mean? But it's not a call sign. No, we don't have a call sign. You're hiding it. Isn't real anymore. Chinese trans ditty. What is that? It looks like the stolen valor cooled off a bit, right? Watch, it'll pick up again. Good question. It was something I always wondered about in high school, and I never took the bait in high school. And then life went on, and I got married, and I had kids, and then my marriage fell apart, and I ended up chasing a lady in New Orleans, Louisiana, and while I was there in 1998, throughout that whole year, Howard, hey, do me a favor, Howard. I decided something. Anybody that spouts off with stolen valor, boot them. I don't care. I'm not in the mood tonight. As soon as you see it, just get rid of them. I don't want to debate tonight. $1999 to 2007, 8-year contract. Oh, so to answer your question, when I ended up leaving, never did tie the knot with that lady. Okay, thank you, Howard. When I came home, I was opening up a zipper pocket in the luggage, and I found the brochure that this lady that I was chasing brought home one day. And I looked at it initially, but I didn't really think anything of it. As you were, Arjun. But I looked at it again, and I realized I understood it, I guess, a little better. And it's saying that it can apply your civilian experience into the military, no matter what it is. If you're a secretary or if you're a doctor. If you have a bachelor's or above, you can go to officer school. They'll send you to officer school. Well, I didn't have a bachelor's, but I had a license. I had a paramedic license. And I was 36 years old, 2 months before my 37th. Well, it might have been May. So it was 3 months before my 37th birthday. The cutoff age for the military then was 37. It's now 43. For all of you that are wondering or still considering the military, you can join the military at 43 years old. You can do a 20-year contract and retire at 63. So anyhow, I decided to go to a recruiter's trailer, literally, in the middle of this supermarket parking lot in Lemon Grove, California, and inquire about this program, get a little more detail about it. It was called an APG school, Advanced Pay Grade. They take your civilian experience and try to laterally transfer you into the military, somewhat equivalent training, pay grade, or rank, depending on what branch you join. And Army was on one side of the trailer, Navy was on the other side. So I went into the Army side. I put the brochure in front of the recruiter, who was probably 10 years younger than I was. I was, like I said, he was probably greater, 15 years younger than I was. He was probably 23 and I was 30. Well, I said I was 36. So anyways, he says, what do you do for a living? I said, I'm a paramedic. He says, oh, we can make you a medic in the Army. And of course, he reeled in real hard to try to get me to sign. And I'm like, thank you. No decisions today. He gave me his business card and some more information. I walked out. I went over to the other side. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Navy recruiter. Same thing with him. What do you do for a living? I said, I'm a paramedic in the civilian world. He says, we can make you a corpsman. Okay. So he tried his best. No decisions today there. brother. He gave me his business card. I went home. I looked at it, thought about it for a while. And I was in between jobs. I had left Louisiana, so I wasn't working at the moment. I was living with my mom at 36 years old, sleeping on the couch. And I was trying to decide what was I going to do with my life, because that year in New Orleans was hectic. So I decided to join the Navy Reserves, part-time job, reserves, sign an 8-year contract. When I get a civilian job, I can continue to work that civilian job full-time, and once a month, 1 weekend per month, and a 2-week window out of the year, the military has my, I need to fill a requirement for the military. 1 weekend per month, 2 weeks out of the year. It's called AT, annual training. 2 weeks of annual training. So I met the recruiter at a Denny's in Del Mar, California, and I ended up signing my name on the dotted line. He brought me in as a tentative, temporary E4. And when I went to boot camp and fulfilled my basic military requirements, BMRs, my T next to HM3 they took away the T and I became a permanent HM3. That's a third class petty officer. That's 1 bar, 1 chevron. Second class is 2 chevron. First class is 3 chevrons. It's the opposite. 1 is third class, 2 is second class, 3 is first class. And then I eventually tested, 4 years later, and got my E5 before I went to Iraq. And that's what I got out as, an E5. 8-year contract. So, I missed all your questions. Why did you never come back after you went to Iraq? What does that mean? What do you mean? Why did you never come back? That's kind of a wrong English, but what do you mean? Salute, brother. Please tell me you don't. Who else would I support? He's the President of the United States. I served him. Actually, it wasn't Trump, but I served the president. It doesn't matter who it is. He's the president. Right? I serve the position. Too old for what? TO is doesn't mean also or more than. Donald, I think you come back, didn't you, Donald? Don't forget the thumbs up, guys. Click the like. Kaiser, what's up, bro? Bad day? Pinay, Musta, Ginihugugma ko ikaw. Wait, Ginahigugma ko ikaw. No, not tough crowd. It's not. I just got gas. It's down here. It's 405, 408. Are you bought as well for a price? Correct. TBE, if I'm reading between the lines there, are you bought as well? Gina Higugma. Love you, Pinay. When you blew that raghead's head off, I didn't blow any raghead's head off. Believe in Yeshua. Hoorah, pro. Yes, sir. That's one of my hashtags, Proco. The Word of God. Mr. Peace. This isn't Bible study. That's tonight. Say what? Tonight. What? America has lost every war since Vietnam. Okay. This right to exist, an Arab nation with Muslim majority. Beachside, what beach there, boy? Hey, thanks everybody for coming in. Looks like we're filling up the room pretty good. Victory Joe. What's it smell like, game? I'm telling you, man, this world gone mad. I agree. There you go. Hoorah, Dusty. God blesses nations. What beach was it, beachside boy? Are you on a beach? Are you in the U.S. or what? What is my opinion on Trump being in the Epstein files? I have no opinion. I don't follow that. Sorry. Hoorah, Zach. Zach, who are you again? What are you you a teen or I forgot? I think you are, aren't you? You told us before. I just forgot. No, I never stepped board a ship, bro. Victory. 8 years in the Navy and never stepped board a ship. The only ship I ever went aboard was the USS New Jersey. It's a museum here in New Jersey, and a Navy ship that they were selling to Thailand in San Diego when I was married to my first wife. She was Thai from Bangkok, and they were selling a boat to Thailand, and so Thailand came here to sail it back. And before they got on their way, they served breakfast down in the galley. So my ex-wife and family and her mom and dad all went down into the galley, and we had a traditional Thai breakfast that the Thai Navy put together for us. Rice, fried eggs, and some, shoot, I hit the button on my TV and I just got rid of myself. But I didn't get rid of myself on the phone, so. So anyways, we had a traditional Thai breakfast on board a ship down in the belly of it. But as far as serving on a ship, I never did. I never got to go through the motions of the formalities of saluting the quarterdeck and asking permission to aboard. And the only thing I did was study that, and I never got to put it in practice. Never did. Pinay, are you still there or are you live streaming? Sylvia, are you watching? Oh my gosh, what am I doing to my channel? It's like, this Xbox is horrendous on the, using it to navigate on the browser. Just really fickle, it's sensitive, it's just not accurate at all. That's correct. It's equivalent to a sergeant, but it's not the rank of a sergeant. It's E5, Petty Officer Second Class, in the United States Navy. Ricky, go ahead. What's up? Bing, bang, bong. Are you Filipino? Bing, bang, by any chance? Very common nickname in the Philippines is bong, bong, or bing, bing. Hoorah, praise God for the military, Jesse. No, the Navy is allowed to wear the Marine Corps cover. Did you see the what you call it, the profile picture for the live stream? If you haven't, go back and look. You'll see the entire uniform. Randy. Today's generation is exposed to different toys, different technology, but otherwise they're still, boys and girls, and going through just, the same thing, but in a different atmosphere. Everybody still goes through puberty. Different interests, different focuses because of technology. We were into the technology of our time, so the kids are into the technology of today. Hey, Jesse, do me a favor. Don't comment and call out, and be, yeah. Just don't. Well, I don't know if I was too tough. Back then, I was just what I thought was a normal kid growing up like everybody else, but I found out that there was another worldview going on the same time I was, that I didn't know anything about. And now I do. And now I'm part of it. And it's my foundation. It's changed my world, that worldview that I knew nothing about. There you go, Mark. Are you in the Navy still, or you're out as well? Yeah, I got deployed with the 123 Marines, Mark. I got the phone call in 2004. So instead of going on board a ship, I went on the ground to a FOB in the Al Anbar province with the 123 Marines. And that was my duty station for 7 months. My duty FOB. Oh yeah, bullying, yeah, name calling. My last name got all kinds of, kids calling me names, and, all getting together and chanting it all at the same time and all that. Albert, you're just a year younger than I am. You started on an ammo ship? in 96. Texas. Navy? Or, oh, Mark was Desert Storm era. I worked with a kid, Corman, when I was going through paramedic school. He just got back in, let's see, what year was that? It was probably 1993. Maybe it was earlier than that. Maybe it was 90, 91, 92. No, I was going through paramedic school, so it was 92, 93, when I worked with a kid that just came back from Desert Storm, and he was pretty burnt out. He was pretty pissed off at the world. His last assignment, his last, responsibility was not he was telling me about it. He was pretty unfortunate. Recovering bodies and body parts. Yeah, he said it was sucked. Oh, I just lost my battery in the controller here. Hold on a second. Let me steal this charge cord here. Hoorah, Evie. It was a good experience. Navy was, I got out of it what I was looking for. Just curious about it. And I had an opportunity to experience it on a part-time basis. And so I joined the reserves. USS Eisenhower. The aircraft carrier, correct? Isn't that out of San Diego? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong, but we used to sail out to the point, all through the harbor, the big U-shaped harbor from Chula Vista Marina, all the way around past the Navy ships, the aircraft carrier. And it was always impressive to do you ever feel like being gay is service related? What? Airhead? USMC? Do you ever feel like being gay is service related? Huh? Look at Chevy. I can't do it like the Marines do. What's the funniest question? Oh, the gay question? I'll be dang. I'm reading your comment, Zach. What do you think about today's genders? There's only two. They're the same as when I grew up. A penis and a vagina. It's a pretty simple concept. Anything else, any other belief is lost. Zach, me? But I'm 100% VA gay. What's VA gay? Virginia gay? Veterans Administration gay? Now there are numerous gender. What is there? Is there something other than a penis and a vagina? What do human beings grow something else now between their legs? What? Come on. Yeah, they definitely are confused. Yeah, and okay, I'll take the bait, another you. You did. Yep, pretty simple concept, huh, baby? Very simple concept. Me? Who? Me or Doc? Oh, see, it's hard to follow sometimes. No, those other genders, they still have penises and vaginas. I identify as a ship, I know. I actually went into my son was having a procedure or something at the hospital, so he needed to check in. So I was with him, and the lady, is typing in his information and asking questions, and she asked, what gender do you identify as? And my son looked at me and I almost started cracking up. And I said, hold on, before you answer that, I asked the lady, I said, so what if I said I want to be a cheetah today? And she did her best not to smile. She kind of had her head down and she looks back up and she goes, other? Oh, you mean you'd check other? She's like, and I went, so you're telling me you would let me identify as a cheetah? So I was like, I was being ridiculous, but I thought, so then I turned to my son and I said, go ahead. I know, pretty ridiculous, huh? When the empire collapses and the American elite moves to Israel, that's kind of a silly question. Albert, hey Albert, did you hit the thumbs up already? And Brandon? And Pro? Who's so worried about how other adults live their lives? Am I for making America great again? Of course. Who isn't? Right? It's kind of like a OIF, suburban. Iraqi freedom, enduring freedom. Oh, did everybody hear me? Everybody hit the thumbs up? Wow, 36 people? Are there really 36 people in the room or just viewing? Wait. Somebody's getting excited here. What's this? Damn, bro, tell Trump to calm down. Leave out the Middle East. Leave out of the Middle East? David, hoorah. You agree with Alberto. What does Alberto say? Alberto, people are not homosexuals. They're just lonely. Oh, the fact that the medical office is asking is pretty ridiculous. They shouldn't bend just because some people don't have common sense. Well, you know how it is. Everybody gets the memo, when during the Biden administration, right, is what pushed that. And then everybody gets sent the memo and it goes it spreads like wildfire. And everybody has to fill in the blanks. You know what? I'm getting hungry. Moon, praise God for the military, eh? Chilla, also. Chilla Gorilla. Probably before your guys', well, some of you guys' time. Do you remember Magilla Gorilla? I know my moderator does, and I'm sorry, who was it that was 62 years old? Are you still here? Yes, sir, Forrest. Good job. You see there? When people like Forest Fire comes in and, nails the rate, that's somebody that either did their homework or already knows. Howard remembers Magilla Gorilla. Watch out for that tree! Oh no, that's George of the Jungle. George of the Jungle. Yeah. Oh, on Boomerang. Gosh, I hadn't heard that in a long time. Aren't you the 62-year-old suburban? Correct? Is my memory good? E, enlisted Moon. Enlisted officer. Second class petty officer. Oh, you're only 22. Okay, so it wasn't you. All right. Or somebody else came in and probably gone now. Said he was 62. Oh, hee-haw. Oh my gosh. Alberto, did you see that on Nickelodeon, or are you old enough to remember hee-haw? That was the best show. Gosh, so entertaining, funny. It involved talent and you seem very white. I guess is that a compliment or what? Yeah, Hogan's Heroes. There we go. Roy Clark, there you go. In Hee Haw. That was the talent I was thinking of too when I said that. Remember Ruth Ann? One ringy dingy? Two ringy dingy? She's sucking her thumb on that big old rocking chair. Actually, that wasn't the character when she was on the rocking chair. Remember when she hit Artie Johnson with her purse? Whack, 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 whack. And he'd fall over. Oh my gosh. A PC? Ooh, I don't know that rate. Is there such? Anybody, do you know what a PC? I don't know. Nope. Yeah, like the skit with Air in the Classroom when they were like kids. Reruns of Gilligan's Island. I know that whole jingle, the whole song. You want to hear it? No, Macaulay. Iraq. Carol Burnett. Yep. Oh my gosh. Carol Burnett. She was incredible. What about Lucy? Gosh. You know, my wife loves the reruns of the Golden Gals. And I had her watch Lucy and Postal Clerk. Oh, I didn't know. You ruled the ship at sea. That's for sure. You know, mail. I was in charge of mail over in Iraq. I had to pick up the mail when it came in once a month. That was one of my peripheral duties. The truck would come in with the clothes bag of mail, and I got to bring it in and distribute it. That was the best. I mean, gosh, amazing what mail can do to the motivation a a group. Polaris. Oh, did MASH? Yeah, MASH. I can do the Gilligan's Island. At least one of them. I think there was a few of them, but I can do one. You ready? Should I sing it out? I'm trying to look back and see if anybody said yes. Oh, Rockford Files. Oh my gosh. What about Columbo? Rockford Files. What about Hogan's Heroes? What about, do you remember Link, Judy, and Pete? Mod Squad. Oh my gosh. What about 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea? And gosh, remember the Mod Squad? That was killer. Or what about the Rat Patrol? Who remembers the Rat Patrol? With that classic Jeep with the mounted 50 cal on it. That thing goes off the sand dune. Whoom! The guy's all, whoa! Dr. Welby, MD. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Room 222. Oh my gosh, Albert. What about Mr. Green Jeans and Rabbit and Moose? The Creature from the Black Lagoon. Kojak! With a K on the end. Kojak. Oh, what about Room 222? Now, I didn't watch that. My brother did. He really was hooked on that. Or what about The Ghost of Mrs. Muir? Now we're getting a little more modern, the A-Team. Kojak, there you go. What about Room 222 or The Ghost of Mrs. Muir? What about it was a soap with Dracula. It used to scare the crap out of me. I was like in 3rd grade in Rochester, New York. My dad's company moved him, General Dynamics Electronics, moved him from San Diego to Rochester. Starsky and Hutch, Captain Kangaroo. Thank you, Albert. There you go. Yeah, it was a satire, not a satire. It was a soap opera with Dracula and Barnabas Collins was the name of the Dracula character. That was his name in the soap, Barnabas Collins. Google it real quick. Alexa, what was the dark soap opera with Barnabas Collins?
Dark Shadows.
Dark Shadows. There, you already said it, Albert. Sorry. I just looked up. Oh, Howard got it. Dark Shadows.
It was a real game changer for daytime TV.
Okay, Alexa, stop. Okay. Bowling for Dollars. Oh my. Well, what about you got the Monty Hall and the Truth or Consequences. Yeah, Barnabas Collins in Dark Shadows. Frankenstein Dude 2? No, you're thinking of with Cousin It and what about the Beverly Hillbillies? I can't say it. The Beverly Hillbillies. I can almost sing that one. Oh, The Gong Show. Oh my gosh, The Gong Show. What was his name? What was the host's name again? What was his name? Oh my gosh. Yes, TV Tree. I don't know how we got on this subject. These are classic shows, guys. I don't know, for the younger generation in here, this is the time to grow up as a kid and watch these shows that were just entertainment. Game shows, dramas, soaps, cartoons. Oh my gosh, don't get us started on cartoons. What about Hanna-Barbera and all of those? Oh my gosh. Felix the cat, the wonderful, wonderful cat. You'll laugh so hard your sides will ache, your heart will go pitter-pat. Because he's Felix, the wonderful cat. Oh my gosh. Sonny and Cher. I don't remember Donnie Vinton. But good old Sonny and Cher, Janis Joplin. That was a little before our time. I don't know how old you are, Albert. But I remember Janis Joplin, but that was 60s. Yeah, I was still a baby. The rock and roll before me, I didn't follow too much of. I grew up with Deep Purple, the Doobie Brothers, Foghat, as he picks up a bus and he throws it back down as he waves through the village for the center of town. Godzilla! I went and saw that Blue Oyster Cult in Portland, Oregon, when we moved there in 1996 to 98. I went up there first before the family moved up. And while I did a little recon downtown Portland, and I came across this Fox Theater. I believe it was the Fox Theater, and Blue Oyster Cult was playing that night. I just happened to be there at the right time, and it said $10 at the door. And I said, I got to find parking. I got to go to this concert. So I did. $10. Went in, first time ever seeing Blue Oyster Cult. But it had the original band members. It was 1996, 98, 96, 97. But the bassist apparently died or was no longer. So they had a young 30-year-old bassist, and he was like a phenom. And hence the reason why they took him on. And he ended up turning the whole crowd like into a mosh pit, which is more kids era compared to what Blue Oyster Cult, the era that Blue Oyster Cult came from. But it really rocked. They had a line wrapped around that building, and they had entertainers in the crowd, jugglists, unicyclists, people selling the home brew. In Oregon, the microbreweries are real big. So they had people walking the line selling microbrews, and it was like incredible before the concert. So anyways, I'm missing a lot of comments here, but Airhead. Now, are you really a Marine or were a Marine? I'm zooming in on your, looks like you got or camouflage netting. It looks like you were, or at least the picture you have looks legit. Don't know if that's you or not, but. Why would you be making comments or about me if that's directed towards me when you're a Marine, dude? Or were a Marine? See, that doesn't fit. A true Marine wouldn't be knocking down a dock. That's for sure. They know better. Filipina Pinay, are you still there? Tell Sylvia to come on over. Sylvia and Marilyn. There goes I keep hitting. See, I'm just clicking buttons on this controller, and it just, I must have hit back. Maybe that's what I did. Okay, that's probably what I did. I hit the B button inadvertently. Polaris, you're 55, so you're in the same kind of boat as a lot of us in here, or a few of us in here, a handful of us. Polytalk. I wasn't a Marine, but yes, Marines are always Marines. Dilbert, that's one of the oldest shirts. That was a comic, wasn't it, or a cartoon, Dilbert. Oh, you saw Night Ranger Sammy Hagar? Am I a security guard? No. Yeah, it was a cartoon. Dilbert. I remember Dilbert. It was a dog, right? Dilbert was a dog. Speaking of cartoons, what about Roadrunner and Coyote and Foghorn Leghorn and Tom and Jerry, and the list just goes on and on and on. Incredible cartoons back then. Oh, he was an engineer, but he had a small white dog. Okay, that's what I was thinking. It was Dilbert had the dog. Okay. I am Patton, United States Navy, 1999 to 2007. I don't know. You mean you could actually have a bowel movement after eating a Marine? I mean, after eating a Marine. After eating an MRE? After eating a Marine? I hate when that happens. Oh, and speaking of Tintin, the show Lassie. And Lassie, come here, Lassie. That was my dog's name in Rochester, New York, Lassie. I love eating MRE. An MRE. Yeah, we had plenty of MREs. When the cooks were out on patrol or they were on a mission or something, we were down without, hot food at the fob, and then MREs became, the issue. Been there, did too many of those. Hoorah about Navy and Turkey. We do a joint effort or training with the Turkey. Bob Barker, there you go. Come on down. Hey, the teacher of my EMT class, before I was a paramedic, I was a basic EMT for 4 years. Our teacher was a nurse, female, and she was on Price is Right. Her car that she won on Price is Right, she would drive to the bungalow where we had our class. It was anatomy, physiology, and what else? I think that was what we took there. And we used to, when we would, walk up to the bungalow, her car would be parked out front, and the license plate was still TPIR, the Price is Right. She was on Price is Right, and she won a car. My teacher for EMT school. I never had a baby. Beyond, women still face a pay gap in the workplace. What's that? I don't know that information, so no comment. Oh, what's this? Dude, I love MREs. There's one that has like these brownie. Yes, dude, brownie bars. If you can find one, it's a double chocolate brownie bar too. Dark chocolate and fudge. They're the bomb. Yes, sir. Ain't that the truth? Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't get constipated. Constipation's a big one, only because, like usual, the Marines aren't drinking enough water. But you definitely got to drink. Drink, drink, drink. And when you're done drinking, drink some more, especially in Iraq. Did you ever see an F-35 like in person? No, I haven't. That was before. Wasn't that before or after? I'm sorry, after my time. Maybe they were there, but I never saw one. I had an F-15 scream over us. Did a what do they call it? Show for show of fill in the last word. Show of force flyby that I thought we were being bombed. It's the only thing I could think of. Something hit nearby and caused that wave of air and that barometric change in the air. And all of a sudden I looked up through the dust and I saw the F-15 screaming straight up into the sky, and he was popping orange flares. And I realized, holy crap, it was one of ours. He flew by, and just, now that I know what a show of force is, that's what happened. We were right underneath it. And it was incredible. Oh, speaking of pay, I mentioned this last live stream, and I'll do it in here. Those that were here and know already, don't participate. But I was a E5, 2004, 2005 in Iraq. Okay, what was my hourly base rate? My hourly per hour. My hourly rate as an E5 in the United States Navy, 2004, 2005. Not including subsistence and hazardous duty pay and, those other side monies that they include in your paycheck. My hourly rate per hour. What was my per hour rate? Well, you're probably going to Google it, but just try to guess. Hold on. I've got my wife's messenger and it's lighting up. I got $50 an hour. Who else? Anybody else got a guess? Per hour. What is minimum wage in the United States now? Like $15 an hour or something like that? Does anybody know? What's minimum wage? Or does it depend on the state? Like 14? Yeah, I was going to say 14 or 15. Anybody else? $11.50 in NC. That's non-commissioned. Bite the bullet. Bite the bull, or built the bull. How did you get that information? Did you Google it? Because you're almost spot on, dude. That's the first person that $7.50 in Idaho. Oh, I know NC is North Carolina. Oh, $11.50 is minimum wage in North Carolina. I'm sorry. I was thinking you were guessing my hourly rate. You were answering the minimum wage. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I almost gave it away, but the minimum wage in North Carolina is what I was making in Iraq per hour in 2004, 2005. Actually, minus the 50 cents. I was making $11 an hour as an E5 in the Navy in 2004, 2005. At war. What's wrong with that picture? We actually had that on the wall in our BAS, the battalion aid station. Oh, I know. No, suburban. It's like, what do you think a paramedic? Advanced cardiac life support, trained in pediatric advanced life support, cardiac life support, advanced first aid, the whole 9 yards. What do you think they make per hour? Today, actually, I don't know, but I'll tell you what I was making per hour. The very last job I had was right here in New Jersey. I actually got the job while I was in Iraq. Literally, I got on the payroll while I was in Iraq. Well, I don't know if it was officially on the payroll, but they hired me via an email and a phone call from Iraq on a laptop and a landline next to the Euphrates River in a building. I spoke to human resources, to the local hospital. She was, she couldn't believe it. She's like, "Are you really in Iraq?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." Yeah, New Jersey. I'm 10 miles from Atlantic City. 2 hours south of New York City. Wow, small world, huh, suburban? I am. Stop the cap. My wife is at the BTS concert tonight. Well, she's now home, but she was at the BTS concert. And for those that don't know, it's a boy band from Korea. They're like the modern day Beatles. They're going absolutely viral in the world. Long Island. Wow. Well, that's what I was saying. I'm 2 hours from JFK. Down the Parkway. What exit? Do you get paid more when they die? Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, well, actually, life insurance, I remember. It's on my DD-214, I think. I believe it is on my DD-214. I think the life insurance for fatality, I think it's 500 grand. Isn't that what the insurance pays or something? Don't quote me on that, but I remember seeing something about 500,000 or I'm looking around. It's in my bedroom, but I forget what it is. Don't quote me on that, but there is a life insurance policy. I remember putting my mom in tears when I had her sign my will that the military requires you to fill out as part of your processing before you're deployed. Yep. I had a packet that I needed to get all filled out, and I was on leave before I got deployed from 29 Palms. Wait. I believe I was. And I had a packet that I had to get all filled out. And part of it was the will. And so I said, "Mom, I got some stuff I need, signatures. Need to get everything filled out before I go back." So I sat her at the table and I broke out the will and I handed it to her and she just busted into tears. And I'm like, "Come on, Mom, it's just a formality." Got to get everything signed. Crazy house. Well, it's got some like personal information like my social security number on it, etc. I had if I was on StreamYard, I think I have a blacked out, what do you call it? Copy on my phone. But I'm not on StreamYard, so I can't share it on screen. Yeah, the Marines are the devil dogs, and the corpsmen are the devil docs. Hence the reason, the name of my channel. Those corpsmen that work with the Marine Corps are given the name Devil Doc, coming from the devil dog or Teufelhound in that the Germans called the Marines during World War II. And the Seabees, right? Educate them where the name CB comes from. Do you know, Big Chungus? Why are they called Seabees? Jimmy! Oh, you guys that just came in, hit the like button, if you would. Designer, what's the banks? Sorry, I don't know the banks. What are the banks? Military is an occult practice invented by the demons of Satan. I disagree with that. Correct. There you go. Jimmy Rose is the letter C and the letter B, construction battalion. So they are CBs, which their motto or their, what do you call it, is the B. That's their mascot. There you go. That's what I was looking for. It's a bumblebee. The CBs. What is it? It's a bumblebee with a hammer in his hand and a square, or I forget. Maybe a hard hat? Is it wearing a hard hat? Look it up. Somebody Google it real quick. What's the bee wearing or holding? China number one. You're back, Chinese trans ditty. China number one. Everybody hit the like, the thumbs up. You know what? Maybe I should just get a coffee and something to munch on. I already ate. I ate at 5. I stopped at a diner. I went to school. I just came back. Well, it's 4 o'clock in the morning now. I got back at midnight. 2-hour drive coming back home. 2 hour plus because I stopped and got some coffee and some sunflower seeds. But on the way there, I decided to eat before I went to class. I'm going to be on the ski patrol and perform at a basic EMT level as a ski patroller. Hoorah. That's how I spell it, OORAH. Hooah is Army. I always make fun of their yell because it sounds like they're coughing up a loogie. Hooah! We got to have fun with our fellow Army hardcore department branch. Oh, all right. Yeah, coffee time. Let me bring you guys over there. Hold on. How much battery? I should have like 100%, right? 94. Okay, I'm good. So I'm gonna take you over there. So the mic still working good, guys? Still loud and clear? Yeah? There we go. Hold on. Coffee cup. Oh, no, I got it right here. Hoorah, Chinese. Where are you coming from? Are you in China or that's just a name? Ooh, good to go. Thank you, Howard. This thing's working like it's supposed to. Oh, look, you can actually see the blue light flash, or can you? Well, maybe not. Oh, there it is. There's the blue light. Yeah, anyways, it's paired and it's holding a charge, so it's doing well. Do you like, oh, you look like Clint Eastwood. Yeah, that seems to be the going trend now. Is Clint Eastwood is getting the credit. It was Pierce Brosnan, James Bond, Pierce Brosnan. Oh, you're 27. And where are you at? Chinese? Oh, from Canada originally, but living in Washington State. If you like energy, it's just Red Bull iced vanilla berry. Huh. John Basilone, yeah, Basilone Road. Exit on Interstate 5 on the way to Camp Pendleton. Basilone Road, and the other exit is, it's another Marine Corps history name. Basilone Road, and the Marines in the crowd. What's the other exit there at Camp Pendleton? On the way to Camp Pendleton on I-5, Basilone Road. See, there's another one. I'm from San Diego and I can't even remember. Out in North Carolina, based near Jacksonville. Cool. Was I ever in Okinawa? Mekong, hey, you're back. No, I was never on a ship in the Navy. So I would never have gotten to Okinawa. Welcome back, Mekong. A little different start tonight. It was kind of just ad lib there at the beginning. Did I see you in my live today? No. Who are you, Liam? Gone Global. Are you Filipino? Usually the three hashtags are the military, emergency medicine is what I was involved in, pre-hospital emergency medicine, and the Word of God. And other subject, whatever people want to talk about. This particular live isn't really focused on anything at the moment. A little bit of those three, let me speak correctly. A little bit of each of those three has been mentioned. The Word of God made it in already. The military seems to be the focus. And emergency medicine I mentioned briefly. Okay, is this a new thing? Did I just put this in? Yeah, I did. Okay, I had to shake it. I'm talking and I don't remember. All right. HVT, high value target. Oh, you got to visit him? Oh, awesome. While you were there, was it on board the ship or this was out and about in Japan where you handed out the tracts? You know, Mekong, did you hear me? I about blurted out. It sounded like I farted through my lips. People like you would be a great point of contact. You know, if I'm ever able to travel, you know, to Vietnam. Actually, you're in Cambodia. Yeah, people like you know, just acquaintances that you happened upon. It's like, boom, you know, remember that name. Send me an email and just leave your contact information. I'd love to share the Word of God and whatever else comes to mind, just to stay in contact. My email's in the description of my channel. I don't know if it's visible on a phone. If you're on a laptop or a desktop, I believe my email pops up in the description. No, it's one of the biggest missionary fields. Have you ever heard of Mekong, Colonel Ryberg's mission? Ministry, military ministry. He's a retired Marine Corps colonel, Colonel Ryberg. Definitely not contradictory. The Word of God in the military? Are you kidding? Have you ever heard the song "Onward, Christian Soldier"? Hoorah! The battle is from the beginning has been against God and Satan. There's a war going on. Definitely not contradictory. It's a spiritual warfare. That's what we're fighting. Here, now we get to preach there, Mekong. Elaborate for me a little bit about spiritual warfare as opposed to a fleshly warfare. You don't fight a spiritual warfare with a fleshly weapon. You fight it with spiritual weapons. That's the world's biggest problem. They're trying to do it through their own stinking thinking. They need to get to know who God is. And then they'll learn what the real problem is and how to fight that. I'm going to let Mekong elaborate. He's a missionary in Cambodia. Wow, maybe that's where that expression came from. Zach? I didn't even think of that. You just said the Romans killed Jesus. The truth hurts. I just realized what you just said. He is the truth. He did hurt. And that expression, the truth hurts, that's even deeper than the surface of that expression. Wow, that's good. 8 years, Daniel, 1999 to 2007. God is for just wars. There you go. One time he even challenged some people that were against it. And he said, what are you going to do? What are you going to stay and let your brothers go die? What, are you going to stay and let your brothers go die? Yeah, did you hear that? Just wars. That's like people take out of context. Don't judge. Don't judge me. You don't know me. It's like, I make judgments every day. What do you mean, don't judge? But Scripture's talking about righteous judgment. You see? Nothing wrong with righteous judgment. I judge how far I am from the car in front of me every time I come to a stoplight. So, nothing wrong with judging. Thank you again, Howard. Right. Yeah, they're the ones that the Jews, the Romans did the dirty work, right? They did the labor part. Robert De Niro now. Oh, that's a first. Robert De Niro. Hey, watch the F-bombs there, diarrhea. Please. And your homies, what? Cocaine Zoo. Praise God for the military. Oh, Hot Lips. You're talking about with MASH? Good old Hot Lips. And yeah, what were the characters' names again in MASH? You know, in all honesty, I didn't watch that as much as you think that some did. I was hooked on other programs, you know, and I always look for them in the TV guide. Well, what about the TV guide? Who remembers the TV guide? But yeah, MASH, I watched it and I remember watching it and, you know, getting a kick out of it. And it was like interesting and I was, you know, all ears and eyes, you know, watching it. But I didn't watch it as much as like Hogan's Heroes. Oh my gosh, we didn't mention that one yet. Hogan's Hero. Back in that time, I watched the Mod Squad. What else? Rat Patrol, you know, just other shows that sparked my interest. But MASH, or like My Three Sons, we haven't mentioned that one yet. My Three Sons. Da na 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 na. I am no singer. Oh, what about Bill Bixby in The Magician? Remember that show? And who would have known that I became a prestidigitator later on, or in junior high, and then high school, and then I gave it up. Oh, that's good. Man, I found the neighbor introduced me to this coconut cream. And I'm not a flavor kind of guy with my coffee, but this coconut really complements the coffee bean taste super well. At least I think it does. So I'm sold. So I bought a bottle. And it's almost gone. I don't know if I'll redo it or not, but boy, it was good while it lasted. Take that cover off. Why's that, dude? I'm a civilian. And this is my live stream. Dukes of Hazzard. Oh my gosh. Oh, didn't know that. Outside of Malibu? The Squint. Oh, why? You mean what's his name? Clint Eastwood? Wait, I gotta put a cigar in my mouth or wah, wah, wah. Did you see that short of that guy doing that with his guitar? Unbelievable. That is so good. I forwarded that to my brother. Curtis, OEF, 2004, 2005. Navy corpsman, served with the Marine Corps, Quincy. Hoorah, Sundance. Praise God. Yeah, very good, Quincy. Crayons. No, I wasn't a Marine. You mean as a joke? Get Doc. You too, Curtis. Where are you coming from? The UK or I'm guessing? Eat wood. Matt, Air Force. Hoorah. Marines like crayons. Nebraska. Oh, okay. When you said cheers, I figured the UK. Hoorah, Ahmed. Go MAGA. It's about time somebody made it great again. It's about time we were respected. Dennis. Oh, don't forget the thumbs up, everyone. Dennis and Throbbing and Quincy and YouTube Addict. YouTube Addict. Okay, I just read that right. For life. Scotland. That's my heritage, bro. I got a family still in Edinburgh. It's a village called Kilwinnie. I might be pronouncing that properly. Kilwinnie. Out in the country somewhere. But that's primarily my DNA is Scottish and English, Welsh, and like 2% Irish or something at the very end of it. But I don't claim that. I'm a Mac. I'm from the Mac clan, or one of them. Coast Guard. Quincy. Oh, okay. So you know the drill. You know the rank. Puddle pirate. That's what they call Coast Guard. Cannon. Hoorah, bro. Oh, you're back. I remember your 0311 in your description or your name. Scottish, English, German, Russian, Sicilian, Swedish, Native, Pawnee, and Cherokee. What? That's called a Heinz 57. Irish from Dublin. Hey, Joanne. Were you here last live stream, Joanne? You were talking about, or somebody was, the IRA, or somebody was in the IRA, a family member. Was that you, Joanne? Yeah, it was you. Okay. Well, welcome back. Thanks for coming back. Genghis Khan. Well, I was making some coffee, Joanne, and I can go back now. I'm just hanging out here by the coffee machine. I can't believe it's already 4 o'clock in the morning, man. I'm all screwed up now with my sleep again. What's new? All right. Well, we had a Zoom meeting at school today, at class, I should say. And we had a physician come on and teach a very abbreviated basic anatomy physiology class. Not so much physiology, it was anatomy. Yeah. So I had a hard time staying awake, actually. I had to stand up. The military kicked in me, and I got up to stand in the rear. Now, that's one thing about at least when I went through school in the military, whenever whether it was boot camp or continuing education or another class that you signed up for, whatever it was, they let you stand up in the middle of class and go stand in the back. They don't want you falling asleep. You'll get your whole unit will get dinged, if you do that. So they encourage you, do whatever you got to do to stay awake. So get up and go to the rear. And when you can't stand anymore or whatever, you can always come back. We're not going to interrupt or stop. They want you to stay awake. So get up quietly, go to the rear, hang out in the back, standing. They don't want you leaning against the wall. Yeah, it's the same here. Dennis, you must be on the East Coast or somewhere near. What's your KD? Don't know what that means. Sorry. Oh, are you Michigan or New York? Let's see, Lake Erie. It's going to be New York. You in Rochester or something? Hold your breath wakes you up. I guess, or they say, get your heart rate up. I've done that. I've pulled over on the side of the road and went over and cranked off a bunch of push-ups to try to, that doesn't work as well as, you know what I did on the way home? It's a 2-hour drive. Sunflower seeds, guys. Get a bag of sunflower seeds and a cup to put the seeds or a brown paper bag. Put it in your lap and eat the seeds, however you eat them, one at a time, a mouthful, whatever. And just keep popping those shells and pulling those seeds out and putting the shell in the cup or the paper bag. You can drive. Stay busy with sunflower seeds and something to drink, so you're not. What do you mean, hope I didn't block you? You're still here. Oh, you mean, in other words, nobody would be able to see your comments? No, we can still see them. Yeah, when you need, I can sleep anywhere. Ask my wife. She says, I wish I could sleep like you. I'll fall asleep within minutes. Right after drinking 3 cups of coffee. It doesn't bother me. Oh, I keep leaning over to read the phone, but that's why I got the TV on, so I can just look at the 60-inch. To replace the charms. I've done the sunflower seed routine. It works, I know. Although, even like whoever just said it, if you need to sleep, I've fallen asleep eating sunflower seeds, and I realize, okay, this ain't working anymore. Pull over. Oh, the other thing, that I'm a horrible driver. I'm dangerous. I'll kill myself and somebody else falling asleep on the road. So my aunt, my wife's aunt, actually gave me, after I was, been driving for 40 years, she gave a suggestion that I tried, and it absolutely works, and that is sleep. But she said, pull over at the truck stop or wherever it is. If you got to pull over on, off on this grass somewhere and get out of, in a safe place, set your alarm, set your watch or your phone or whatever for an hour and a half. Get a good power nap and then wake up, go to the nearest gas station or whatever, splash your face, wake up after your hour and a half nap, go in, get your 32 ouncer or whatever it is, and a bag of sunflower seeds, get back on the road, and you can drive for another, 3 or 4 hours. And then when you start falling asleep again, do the same thing. Pull over, just set it hour and a half, no longer. And I drove from here, I'll never do it again. I drove from here, New Jersey, to San Diego in 3 days. And it was murderous. But I did that routine, and it enabled me to get there in that amount of time, which I don't recommend. It was just something I wanted to see how quick I could get there. My ankles were like elephants. I didn't even see that coming. My mother, when I arrived at her house and I sat down and she's like, "Oh, coming in," big hug, kiss, from your mom. And then I sat down in a chair, the rocking chair, rocking back and forth. And she goes, "Oh my gosh, Gary, look at your ankles." And I looked down and I'm like, my toes were webbed from the edema. Literally web connecting my toes, and my ankles and my feet were like you could see the fluid under the skin. And I was like, oh my gosh. From sitting with my bent knees over the seat, dependent down below, cut off the circulation under your knee for literally 3 days. And I popped 800 of Motrin, and I went and laid down and fell asleep. For 4 hours, I fell asleep. And when I woke up, all the swelling was gone. It was like a cure. I was like, I'll never do that again. That was horrible. It's wild to me how far you can drive across America. Yeah, being from an island, yeah. You just keep driving and driving and driving. I recommend it, but don't do that. Take at least a week, 5 to 7 days, and you can drive across and you can stop, you can enjoy some sights. I'd even take longer than that if you had the time, but a week is what I did before. Take a week driving to get to the West Coast, and then spend a week there with the family, and then spend the third week driving home. And it's amazing what America has to offer. The terrain, the topography, the geology, everything. It's just unbelievable that you never knew existed here in the United States. Canyons, mountains, deserts, high deserts, oceans, rivers, lakes. It's just endless. I drove from north to south, like from Michigan down to Oklahoma, and crossed the plains and prairies going that route. Never done that before, and was just in awe of the canyons that I was dropping down into, like plateaus. And all of a sudden, the plateau, the highway would go down the side of the cutout from obviously water trough. Carved this giant valley that is just plush with green, and this river that just snakes through the bottom of it. And then at the other end of the canyon, the road goes back up the other side of the cutout. And I was just in awe going, oh my gosh, I never knew this existed. Beautiful. Oh, highways to South America. Oh, you're into the old train stuff? Oh my gosh, all over America. You know what? You're 22, right? Suburban? Bro, if you got a friend or a girl or whoever. I encourage kids all the time. It's like, gosh, all you got to do, if you can't drive, spend $350, go from the East Coast to the West Coast and go check out California, for example, and spend 5 days there. With the advent of Google and Google Maps, and it's all at your fingertips. Airbnb, you can, you can fly there you can take a vacation for, less than $1,000. So with two of you, you split it, $500 a piece. And well, you'd need more money maybe than that if you're going to spend a week. But don't spend more than a week, because time constraints or money. But just hop on a plane and go check out some place you've never been to before. And if you have the time, take a road trip. Go cross country. Just do it. Gosh, you got Google Maps at your fingertips and Facebook. That kept me busy. The last time I did it, I drove to California and back. I was moving cars when I moved here. So instead of shipping the cars, we flew here, left the cars there, and then I hopped on a plane, flew to California, got in the car, drove it back across, hopped on another plane, flew back, got the second car, and drove it across. Drove the north route, Highway 80, and the south route, Highway 10, both times. So I could do the north and the south. All through the Dakotas, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and then back to New Jersey. The south route, you go California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Texas forever to get through the Panhandle, through Houston, out the other side into Oklahoma, and then you start heading north up through the Kentucky and Tennessee and all of that, coming back up to New Jersey. Incredible. Oh, and on the way, the north route drops down from Wyoming down into Colorado. You go through Colorado up into the Black Canyon. Oh my gosh, you got to drive through the Black Canyon. It's like at elevation, like 9,000 feet. Stayed at a hotel up there. And then it exits through St. George, Utah, through the corner of Utah, down into Nevada. You drive down through Nevada, back down into California and down to San Diego. Crazy. Yeah, Texas is horrendous. Drive forever. They've got speed limits of 80 miles per hour in Texas. I was impressed. I was like, oh my gosh, the sign just said 80. I can do 80? And people were passing me. I was like, oh my gosh, they must be doing 100. Oh, there you go, Joanne. From, an hour and a half to England. Oh, there's so much. Gosh, you could go to Europe. I've always wanted to do that, Joanne. I wanted, as a single guy, I think I was watching the movie, what was the name of the movie? American Gigolo, I think, with the actor, I forget his name. Anyways, I thought, as a young, I thought I was a stud, I was going to go to Europe and travel solo. And I don't know why I brought up American Gigolo, but I always had a dream of doing that and buying Euro passes, and I still haven't to this day. It's kind of been a bucket list thing that I've always wanted to do. I made plans, loose plans with my wife and my son to travel to Scotland and then do the Austrian Alps tour and then turn around, or Switzerland, and then turn around, like hit Glasgow on the way through Scotland the first time through, and then Edinburgh on the way back. And I was putting together an actual itinerary and do the classic train up in the Alps in Switzerland. There's some classic train tour that you can take, and it never happened. But I've always wanted to do that. Now, Joanne, here, now that this is kind of bringing up I don't know, not so much a sore subject, but a wild memory of mine. Speaking of Ireland, I did go into it a little bit last live stream, I believe. I started talking about the lady that I was chasing in New Orleans, Louisiana, and it being a complete hoax over the entire 8 months. At least that's my conclusion. And I wrote 25 chapters, names of 25 chapters, and I actually gave the name of the book, Her Beautiful Mind. I don't know if you were here when I was talking about that. But she claimed to be from Donegal, Ireland. Ulster, right? Ulster County? Donegal. And she could speak Irish Gaelic. I heard her. And I didn't know what I was, of course, hearing, so she might have been just hoaxing that as well. But as far as I know, she was speaking Gaelic. And she was a multilingualist as well, really bizarre. And there was a story behind that as well. She spoke Farsi, and that's Iranian. She spoke like 5 languages. And that part of her history, it's all made up as far as I know. But that's how it all started, was even online. It wasn't just her that I met online. I met some of her friends, military associated friends, apparently, that were also corroborating her story and where she was from. And just bizarre that that you mentioned you're from Ireland, and that kind of sparked my memory of her. And she came over from Ireland and resided there in New Orleans with her mom. Or something, or sister, or I forget. I don't know. I won't talk about it anymore. But and she could play guitar. She played 12-string guitar. I sat there and listened to her and watched her in a music store. She pulled down she had the salesman pull down a $3,000 guitar, a 12-string acoustic guitar, plug-in acoustic, and she started playing this 12-string and singing. She had a beautiful voice, kind of sang in that Irish accent. And I was in awe. I'm being a percussionist myself. I was just like, she put me in tears too many times listening to her sing. And even the salesman, he was like, skeptical about, like, you want that guitar? And she's like, yes. So he pulls it down, that extension that they reach up and pull it down and gave it to her. They gave her a little stool to sit on. She crossed her legs and had her guitar there. And when she started playing and singing, even the salesman turned around and looked at me and kind of gave that, approval, like, wow. And I was just like, unbelievable. Who is this person? I thought she was somebody famous, that she wasn't revealing her identity. Crazy. Look into the band Clanad, Clanad. They're from the same area. I haven't seen. Oh, dude, you play the drums too? Do you? Oh, wait, and not too good with anything else other than the clarinet. So, were you in high school? You have obviously some formal education in music. I grew up in junior high school. Orchestra, jazz band, and marching band. And so that was my, and drum and bugle corps after high school, but I never did tour with them. Let me read your comments here about have a very strong musical history too. Joanne, and you're going to get me going. And I mentioned this before. There was so much that she knew of and about, education-wise, that it was so convincing that it seemed to fit. You know what I mean? I was trying not to be taken, and had the wool pulled over my eyes and, lied to and, miss the balls and get led down, a rabbit hole that I should have seen. I tried not to do that or, be fooled. But I think I mentioned before, she was good. She was not only good, she was very good. And sometimes it was scary. That was her words to me. As far as what she was good and very good at, I never really found out. But that whole 8 months, she was good. She was very good. And sometimes it was scary. She said that verbatim, those words about herself. So when I heard her sing and I watched her play, that wasn't fake. You know what I mean? That was for real. So when she told me she was from Donegal, Ulster, Ireland, I believed it. She spoke the language as far as I know. And my grandfather spoke Scottish Gaelic. And I used to hear him. I never learned it, but it was amazing just to hear that language. When I hear that language around me, sometimes I hear it in restaurants and it'll turn my head and I'll recognize it. I'm thinking, they're from Scotland. They're speaking Gaelic. And I've even interrupted politely, excuse me, are you from Scotland? They're like, we are, in that, we are. I was like, I had to ask because I recognized you're speaking Gaelic, aren't you? I don't know it, but I can recognize it. So when I heard her speak, I was like, gosh, that sounds awfully genuine. Anyways. Oh, no problem, Zach. You're a good guy. Thanks for coming in. Stormin' Norman over here. And I know I've missed a lot of your comments, and I'm sorry. I don't mean to. As you know, I'm just rambling. So now I get to see your comment about, that part of Ireland having a big music history. Now you're getting me wondering again, was she for real? Or was she just that good? Gosh. You're going to get me talking about some of these chapters because I keep reviewing it in my head and I couldn't believe that I was actually involved. And it just seemed, a lot of it just seemed too real to be fake. When then again, other parts of it, I saw or I caught her right in the act, of lying. And I'd call her out. And then she would literally, when I'm all upset, and neck veins distending and obviously, pissed off, it wouldn't push her button, and she'd say something. Not elaborate. I'm going to, what's the word I'm looking for? Anyways, I'm going to try to recreate, how she was. Or paraphrase, maybe that's the word I was looking for. But she would just be calm about it, and she'd say, come on, let's talk about it. And we would walk into the living room of her mom and dad's house that she was residing at. And she's like 40 years old, and I was 36, 35, 36, anyways. And she would sit here like on the couch where I'm sitting right now, and I'd take a seat next to her, and she always had the corner seat, and it was like a nightstand next to it or an end table with a phone, a push button, the old push button phone. And she'd just pull up her legs, and get comfortable. She might even had her coffee, and she'd turn and face me and say, so what's on your mind? And I'd just lay it all out there, I'm just fed up because, this happened yesterday and now I'm seeing this, and she would proceed to explain what she was doing, how what she was doing was legitimate, and that I was just misunderstanding. And I would be convinced at the end of the conversation that I was just looking at it wrong, and I heard, I misinterpreted what she said, and then, I'd be back to there it is again. She's got me convinced. I'd be sitting there shaking my head going, every time. And it just kept going and going and going like that. And I'm like, God, I'm mentally short-circuiting. It was crazy. Yeah, what's that expression? Literally. What do you mean she gaslighted me? It's like I can think she figured it out, I can figure it out, but what exactly is that? Egypt. Take care of everything. It's up to you. Are you talking to me or somebody else? Sorry, I missed. But anyways, go ahead, Chris. What is the definition of gaslight? Okay, we went through URA triple lot 8945. You were in armor then, now you're reminiscing. Yeah. Enamored, yeah, then. Oh my gosh, I was impressed. Well, she was, you didn't hear the story, I don't think, MacKay. We're gonna see somebody disappear here real quick. There you go. Afakasi. Bingo. We get stolen valor, and then we get petty officer second class. Gee, I wonder how he knew that. Get you to question your perception of reality. This is gaslighting. I don't know. It was more than that. Some people said she was after your money, and it's like, no, she wasn't after my money because I didn't have any. I was just barely squeaking by with the unemployment I was collecting until that ran out, and then I actually got a job, and that was paying my bills, and I didn't really have any money left over. So she definitely wasn't after my money. Anyways, I do have grandchildren, Ahmed. I got two. My daughter has two grandkids, two of my grandkids, an 8-year-old girl and a 13-year-old boy. She was dying of Burkitt's lymphoma. Again, this all may not be true, but this is what I knew before I went to meet her for the first time. This is the history that I did my best to find out before I went to see her. She was dying of Burkitt's lymphoma. It's a non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. I even spoke to my paramedic physician advisor in Washington County, Oregon, where I was working at the time, and I was leaving to go meet this lady in New Orleans, Louisiana, Harahan, specifically, Louisiana. And before I left, I got a hold of my physician advisor. That's the doctor that the paramedics work under, the license that we work under, the physician advisor. His name was David Tuvey. I still have his letters in my old briefcase gathering dust in the closet. He was a young doc, but I liked him and I obviously trusted him. And I asked him about me doing this. What did he think about me doing this? That I was going to go watch a girl die. And he gave me some professional advice. Told me to keep my family number one. Don't forget about my kids. Because that was in the mix. I was separating from, and there were children involved. But he said, enjoy the drive from here down to Louisiana. Take your time. Don't forget to stop and enjoy the sights. And just be aware of what you're getting yourself into. You know that you're gonna go through something that you probably have never experienced before from a relationship standpoint. And I just listened. He spoke to me on the phone, and then I got on the road and I went down there. Was she dying of Burkitt's lymphoma? I truly don't know. Did she have signs and symptoms of sickness and illness? Yes, she did. Did I have to actually intervene from a medical standpoint? Yes, I did. More than one occasion. From calling 911 to actually treating her myself. Watching her have seizures and urinate all over herself. And I literally catheterized the woman. You women out there know exactly what I'm talking about. She was on hospice care at the end. And you only get on hospice care if you're dying. It's end stage treatment, comfort care. She faked it. She faked hospice care. She convinced the system to get narcotics, 75 milligram subdermal patch on her shoulder, along with oral narcotics. She was taken off that. They called her bluff. I had 911, I had paramedic. I was a paramedic, for God's sakes. I was working in St. Bernard Parish. Thank God it wasn't one of my fellow, employees. I was working for a different company then, New Orleans Health Department, it's NOHD. But they responded to my apartment because she was having chest pain. Telling you guys, there was so much, and I fell for it. It sucked, man. It was mental turmoil for 8 months. Oh, and I said it at I think the last live stream. She eventually got investigated for narcotics fraud. An attorney contacted me from New Orleans, Louisiana, as I'm in Poway, California at the time, with my tail between my legs, sleeping on my mom's couch. And an attorney contacted me after getting back to me and investigating my claim about her. I told him an abbreviated version of my 8 months with this lady. and told him that he was getting the wool pulled over his eyes as a professional attorney. He couldn't accept that, but he said he'll get back to me. And he got back to me and said, just wanted to let you know that Mrs., using her last name, is being investigated for narcotics fraud. And I went, imagine that. I don't even think that was half of it. She claimed she was a doc. She had a prescription pad. I watched her write prescriptions. She'd go into the pharmacies, they'd address her as Dr. Sullivan. Yeah, I just told you her last name. She wasn't. What? She faked that too? She was supposedly a cardiothoracic trauma surgeon. It kept going and going. I was right out of a Tom Clancy novel. I didn't even mention the Navy SEAL and the other characters in this movie. I ain't making this up. I got 25 chapters written down on blogspot.com that I never pursued to write a book. Actually, I did, but I gave up because I was getting so deep I couldn't figure out what to do, what to write next. And I said, you know what? I need help with this. I need somebody to take these names and tell them the story and then have them write it and then have me review it and then have them do changes or whatever. Rock climbing trip. Wait a minute. Bro, Suburban, who are you? I was in the rock climbing circles for over 30 plus years. What? Oh, so you end up finding out you're allergic to narcotics? To which one? You! Yo. What's up? Don't hate yourself for being fooled. Normal people would never even imagine doing something so awful to so many people. Yeah, like a warm hug from God. Now, you see, I agree with that because I had surgery, and thank God for good drugs. Never thought I would say that, but used correctly, it's like a warm hug from God. Capital G, by the way. Oh my gosh. Yeah, thank God for drugs, pain medicine, because you wouldn't be able to, your human body wouldn't, Thank God for anesthesiologists that took care of me and intubated me and kept me alive while I was having my neck dissected. All right, Howard. Oh, the new news, the new plan, is if anybody comes in and just says stolen valor, I got no tolerance for that tonight. Just get rid of them. Bloop. I have a broken leg right now. It's been more than a week because, yep. Yeah, it's true. It's good. If you have a doc that's doing that, kudos to him. But you need something. So what'd they give you? Like that synthetic, what is it? I was on it before my surgery because I had to deal with the discomfort I was going through while I was, my surgery date was coming up. What's the, oh my gosh, what's the synthetic narcotic? Oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank. Lollipop form. There you go. Is that when you found out you got real itchy? Well, they don't give you that anymore. Few ribs. Yeah, it was synthetic. I'm trying to think of, my gosh, what is it? It's somebody? No, fentanyl Suboxone. Suboxone, that's Narcan. That's the antidote for a narcotic overdose. Isn't it? Alexa, isn't Suboxone Narcan?
Suboxone isn't Narcan. It's
Oh.
a prescription medication that combines buprenorphine, an opioid partial agonist.
Oh, okay. No. Sorry. I was thinking. It's a narcotic. Tramadol. That's it. Tramadol.
Not the Suboxone formulation.
DeVita. Christian. Yep. Yeah, I was on. Tramadol wasn't even working at the end. Alexa, stop. Towards the end, I had a neurosurgery on my spinal cord, my C4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, two different surgeries, but the nerve pain I was experiencing was to the point of putting a grown man in a fetal position and crying on the floor, and I couldn't even move to get my medication to take it. I had to yell or cry hard enough for my wife to wake up, and then she couldn't even believe I was on the floor, and she turned the lights on and was able to get my medication and give it to me. Even tramadol wasn't even touching me towards the end, and then they gave me Percocet, and that was a gift from God. And I remember the morning of my surgery, I was at that point of, I need something like yesterday. And I took 2 of them. I overdosed myself. But I told the anesthesiologist while I was in the prep room for the OR, where they were going to knock me out and then intubate me and bring me into the operating room. Intubation is a tube down your trachea. It's an endotracheal tube. It's what I used to do as a paramedic. But the anesthesiologist was going to do that for me. And I told him what I took before I came here. And he smiled. He goes, "You're good. I'll take care of you." And I don't know if you're counting, but that's what they had me do. Count backwards from 10, and I think I got to 7, and that was it. I said goodbye. I got 10, 9, 8, 7, goodbye. And I felt that curtain go. Yeah, I did it's ACDF, anterior cervical disc fusion from the anterior. And that's why they call it anterior cervical disc fusion. They go in anteriorly, literally open your neck up, move all the anatomy aside and go to the rear and approach the cervical spine from the front. So I had that done twice through the same scar. The same neurosurgeon went in the same scar and did it a second time, 2012 and 2017. Hoorah, Mekong. Thank you again for popping in. Hoorah. Cadaver. Wow, see? DeVita knows. Actually, both, bro. They use cadaver bone and they use titanium. I got, the first set was removed. During the second surgery, he went ahead and removed the first set. He told me. He says, "There's no need for it. It's fused. It's healed." And then now I've got 2 more on that next level, or more than that. The second time I had, let's see, first time was 4, 5. The second time was 5, 6, and 6, 7. And it's a cadaver bone both times. So I got 3 cadaver discs. Yeah, I'm done. I got range of motion, much less, and I didn't finish my physical therapy both times, and now I'm really stiff. But it's not painful. It's like frozen. and I sleep with it and I deal with it, and I take over the counter, Motrin and or my wife's Celebrex. Celebrex is 24 hours, so I've been doing that lately. Now they went posteriorly, right? Yeah, they don't. Pinay, Mabel, ¿cómo está? Yep. Yeah, that's what I was told. And he told me that as well, my neurosurgeon, that when you go back down into the lumbar and you can't go anteriorly, you're going through your chest cavity. I don't know, maybe they can, but they go to the rear and they take care of it from the back. Yeah. But I had compression of my spinal cord both times. I saw the CT or I don't know if it's a CT or they did the more powerful one. What is that again? But I saw it on his laptop both times. And the second time, he didn't even say anything. He just turned and showed me the scan. And I looked at it and I was like, again? And he looked at me and he's like, and I was like, when do we get it fixed? He says, I got an opening next week. And I said, let's do it. It was compressing posteriorly into my spinal canal. He showed me the compression. It was pushing on my spinal cord. He said, the very first time he put me in tears after surgery. I didn't see that coming. Sitting at my bedside while he was changing the bandage, the big see-through bandage. And he just told me, you're out of danger now. He said, you're out of danger now. You're okay. And just that alone, it was weird. Gosh, it's like emotions just came over me and I bawled. Maybe I realized how close I was. He told me, he says, you could be paralyzed, young man. He said that, or big guy. You could be paralyzed. And I said, well, then when do we get it done? The first time. He had to go to a conference, but he had an opening in 2 weeks. And for 2 weeks, I put up with, the pain just got worse. The nerve pain, peripherally, into my arm and elbow, down to my hand. And then it was in my shoulder blade to the point where I had to keep my arm above my head. I couldn't walk without my arm being above my head. I was okay. And if I leaned against the wall, I couldn't sit like I'm sitting now. No way. No way. It was like pressure. It was like somebody had a syringe of air and was injecting it into my nerves, and they were going to explode out my body. And as long as I was standing and I had my right arm above my head, it was tolerable. But sleeping, sitting, is horrendous. And that's how bad it got at the last 2 weeks. And thank God for that Percocet. Gosh. That puts you in la la land. It takes you off this earth. It does. No, gabapentin, yeah, that's for nerve pain. God, I used to run on patients on gabapentin because with a chronic nerve pain condition, and that seemed horrible. I used to get feedback from those patients about their nerve pain, and it was horrible just listening to them. And that's what we were picking them up for. Their pain just got excruciating, and it was no longer working, and they needed to see somebody like yesterday. Oh, you get that for your migraines? Yeah, gosh, you're bringing back, memories of patients. Good old big pharma really does wonders. Yeah, thank God. All the bad, right? All the bad publicity they get. Praise God for drugs. So is that because of your back? Oh, that's for your migraine. Okay. So are you going to go through with I had the same surgery, and my surgeon told me a simple fall could paralyze me. You know what I did, damage? Now that I just read your comment, listen to this. Listen to this stupid thing I did. All I was doing was looking for relief. You can identify or can relate. Before I found out what it was and what was causing this initial, like somebody threw a switch and I felt electricity travel from my shoulder blade around to my nipple. It was like generating electricity in my chest, and it went into my armpit, down to my elbow, down my forearm, and into my fingertips. And it was just buzzing. My chest was vibrating, and I was driving, and I'm like, whoa, what's going on? I pulled over in the nearest driveway, and they call it the Wawa here. It's a 7-Eleven on steroids. I pulled into the Wawa parking lot and just sat there in a parking space and just tried to stay still, like, is that going to go away? And it subsided for a second, and I got on the phone and I called my wife and told her, honey, something's happening. What do you mean? And I told her where I was. I said, and I explained what just happened. And she's like, well, what are you going to do? Do you want me to come pick you up? I said, I think you better. I can probably drive, but if this happens again while I'm driving, I don't know, what will happen. So she came, picked me up, and ended up taking me to the ER. We were contemplated. She's a nurse, and I'm a paramedic at the time. And we're like, are we really going to go to the ER? We know what they're going to do. Actually, we didn't know. So I went there. I even had medication already. I think I was on tramadol and physical therapy. Let me get to what I eventually did. Well, before that event happened, I was trying to treat it on my own. I went to my general. Why am I having a problem thinking of our physician? And he wasn't available, but the PA working for him, the physician assistant, was working. So he prescribed me a muscle relaxant, whatever the muscle relaxant is called, and physical therapy. So you go to a gym and they put you through, physical therapy and try to, he wasn't quite sure what it was causing it, but that's what he prescribed for me, a muscle relaxant and physical therapy. Well, when I was doing physical therapy, 3 times a week, I was having a hard time with that. It was really kind of exacerbating this nervy kind of pain. I didn't know what it was yet. I thought it was just like I slept wrong and I had a stiff neck. So while I was doing physical therapy and I would check out and go home, I was walking by this chiropractor sign. It was another, office down the hall. And I kept staring at it like, chiropractor. And I'm thinking, well, I remember doing chiropractic, care at 1 or twice or 3 times in my life, but, never a regular thing. But I always enjoyed it when I went to it. Maybe a chiropractor visit might help me. Well, those that have had this procedure, this ACDF before, and the simple fall will paralyze you, which we both eventually found out. I'm going into a chiropractor's office now, thinking, yeah, that'll help. Well, you know what a chiropractor does? He squishes your spine and gives you an adjustment. Little did I know, I had a disc that ruptured and was pushing into my spinal cord. Literally, instead of it being nice and clean and parallel, your spinal cord, all of a sudden there's a little indentation, and I was occluded 50%. That's what he showed me. I saw it on the scan on his laptop. I even saw it before he did. I brought it home and figured out how to open that thing up and worked that x-ray or that scan. And I found a suspicious part and I froze that and I screenshot it. And then when I went to the office, I know I'm going all over the place with this. When I finally went and had that scan and had it read by my physician, and he made a phone call to the neurosurgeon and made an appointment with him ASAP, and then told me, he's waiting for you. My light just went out. You need to go see Dr. So-and-so. And I'm like, okay, roger that. I'll be, so I got in the car and I drove to his office. And he had the laptop open for me when he came in. And he said, we have a problem, big guy. And I went, okay, what's up? And he turned the laptop around and that frame that I screenshot was staring at me. And I said, I knew it. I said, I ain't no radiologist, but that's what I saw. He says, well, you found correct. I said, well, what's going on? And he told me, you're 50% occluded in your spinal canal. And I'm like, it kind of freaked me out. I'm thinking, that doesn't sound good. He's like, no, you could be paralyzed. And I was like, when do we get it done? I'm all ears. And I was excited and scared at the same time, thinking, holy crap. And I had that chiropractor. I'm back to the chiropractor now. I had an adjustment done. I had a female chiropractor crunch me right in those areas. And I remember, and it's like she left it up to me. She says, I don't see anything suspicious, but I'm only doing an x-ray, and an x-ray can only see so much, so many dimensions. But I don't see anything obvious. She says, I do see some curvature of your spine, which actually I've known that since I was 6, But other than that, nothing's like sticking out, obvious to me. She says, we could do a CAT scan. That was the other. But, that'll take time for me to get those results back. And if you want, I can give you, I can examine you and give you an adjustment and see how that goes, if that helps. And I went ahead and let her do it, unbeknownst to my doc. And then when I told the neurosurgeon what I did, he looked at me and was like, guess you won't ever do that again, will you? And I went, nope. Don't screw with chiropractors when you got something neuro going on. They even have a name. The chiropractors have a name for that. And, there we go. Where they go ahead and treat with an underlying problem, but they have a CYA that they, go down so that they're not liable for stuff like that. I forget what that was called. They called that. But they actually had a name for that. And I was like, don't you think you shouldn't treat until you get the CAT scan back? Because had I waited, they would have saw it. But they gave me an option to have it done. And I was like, well, you know what? I need relief like yesterday. Let's do it. So anyhow, no, Nick, we're talking about neurosurgeons who did work on both of us, myself and Mekong, you're back. Something up generationally faithful emissions philosophy. Oh, no way. Cool. Let me see. I can copy. Let me copy that real quick. I'm using a Xbox controller to copy. Oh no. No. That's not supposed to pop up. I'm doing a copy and paste and hitting like right click, so I can copy, but I got to use the hamburger button on the controller to open up the copy paste, and all of a sudden the put person on timeout screen came up. I'm like, there it goes again. What the heck? No. All right, I'm hitting the wrong button or something. Okay, I don't even need to touch anything. It should just pop up on its own. Come on. No, I've got to hit something. No. Oh, there it is. No, see, gosh darn it. I'm not able to copy it very easily. Praise God for the military. Life's a bitch. Ah, there you go. And needed surgery pronto. Yeah. Yeah. When it bulges, if it's bulging to the side, or anteriorly, then you might be able to, they do have chiropractic, care for relieving, pressure from bulge discs and so on. But when it's protruding into the spinal canal, I wouldn't even touch it as a chiropractor. I'd be like, whoa, I'd make a phone call to somebody saying, I think you need to go see so-and-so. I would take my hands off of that patient, if it's into your spinal cord, your spinal canal. But yeah, it was just nerve, it caused nerve discomfort and eventually pain that was just unbearable. And I remember being in a fetal position in the hospital. As I was waiting, you go in, you pick up the red phone, you let them know you're here, like you're 15 minutes early before you're supposed to, get there. And they got at least at the hospital that I had, I'm pointing in the right direction, that I had the procedure done. They had like a bat phone, that you pick up and you dial the certain number and then you let them know that you're there, and then they come out and they get you. Well, I was in so much discomfort, even after taking that Percocet, that double dose of it, and I curled up on the floor off the seat because I couldn't sit, and I was more comfortable in a fetal position on the carpet. And they came in, they're like, "Whoa, are you okay?" And I'm like, "No, I need help. You're gonna have to help me stand up." And they went in and got in a bed. They got a hospital bed and they wheeled it over, and multiple people told me to sit still, and they put me on a sheet and they lifted me up and put me on the bed and they wheeled me back. And I was like, yeah, that's just too much. Yeah. Like I said, I think my own personal, if I was a chiropractor and I had the skill set that I had, as a chiropractor, I wouldn't, it's like I wouldn't even go past go. If I told them, the history that I had and how it came on and what I experienced, and actually it wasn't a whole lot of background at that time, history, other than it felt like a stiff neck and it wouldn't go away. And I was taking, over-the-counter Motrin and trying to, relax it and massage and rubbing up against the corner of the wall, and it felt like a golf ball, not in my shoulder, and I'm rubbing against the wall trying to massage it out. That's about where it was at that point when I went to my primary care physician and spoke with the physician assistant because the doc he was out of town or whatever. And then he prescribed that muscle relaxant, Flexeril, and physical therapy. That's the point I was at when I saw the chiropractor sign. So maybe telling that history didn't set off any red flags to the chiropractor. But she did offer, she did recommend the CAT scan, and I went ahead and had that done via her advice. But in lieu of the result and going to get that done, she went ahead and offered to give me an adjustment. No. I might be putting two stories together, because she got the x-ray. She requested an x-ray from me, just a basic x-ray. And that's what she had up on the light when I went back and had the adjustment done. So it wasn't her that told me to do the CT. Anyways, she went ahead and proceeded forward with just that x-ray. So maybe it was indicated at that time with my background history. Well, anyways, I didn't do myself any good by making that or having that adjustment done. She was crunching on a disc that was in my spinal cord. So, anyhow. Maybe she had all her bases covered and was okay at that point. Prashant, Navy corpsman, assigned with the Marines from 2004, 2005. Right, x-rays don't. Well, my wife being a nurse and her whole family being in the medical field, nurses, physical therapists, they all are like this to chiropractors. Won't even touch them. Won't even get near them because of what they've seen in the hospital. And, all due respect to those that are currently getting chiropractic care and brag up and down on chiropractors, I don't condone that, but I don't. I can't say anything about that, because it's not that they don't work or that they're, not professionals. But now with my history and what I found out and what I had happen to me twice, I can't go anywhere near a chiropractor. I just can't. Sorry. I can't have them crunching on me when now apparently I'm suffering from some osteoporosis of the cervical discs. The neurosurgeon told me it was like honeycomb when he removed it. It was porous like honeycomb. And I went, ooh, that doesn't sound solid. He's like, no, it's not. Yeah, again, I don't want to say that about chiropractors because, I've been there and had treatment and felt great. But I always wonder, what if you do have an underlying bulging disc into your spinal cord and it's not diagnosed yet, and a chiropractor, ends up paralyzing somebody. There's something in their clause or their practice that protects them. And I remember a chiropractor actually said it, and I can't remember what he said. He knew exactly what I was referring to. He was like, I was a young kid in rock climbing. I met a young 20-plus-year-old that was a certified licensed chiropractor at like 23 years old. And he was super knowledgeable. It was really cool to talk with him and climb with him at the same time. But, and I told him that story, and he kind of smiled and said, yep, good old, and he gave it a title where they have an underlying problem, but But there's something they do that protects them from that in the event that, somebody has an underlying problem that isn't revealed in history taking and or, the other treatment modality. Maybe that's a good word that they use. Boston! Are you really? Wait a minute. Tomorrow is not Friday. Is it? No, today is Wednesday. Friday night, 7 p.m. Oh, cool. Surgery, I'm trying to recall, what was your surgery? Oh, that was your foot? All right, Davida, as you were. Oh, the blood clot. Where? In your leg? Blood clot. Ablation, right. In your leg. Oh, okay. What, you just had like a vein, or you have like a varicose vein or something that's got a clot in it? Or is this in your leg? Yep, spinal stenosis, 18 years, pain-free, sucks, but I'm not hooked on opiates. So you're just learning to live with it? Or you've learned to live with it? Electrophysiologist next week because your heart started pausing. Oh, no, that's another person, poop eyes. Yeah, I'm sorry, Boston. Was that, yes, you said yes from in your leg? Wow, that's what I pictured. Yeah, they just burn that, right? Ablation, that's what an ablation is. They kind of zap when you have cardiac arrhythmia, in particular atrial fib, they'll locate the affected spot that is causing the misfire in the atria, and they'll ablate it. They'll burn it to stop that electrical short per se. So in this, he's talking about those veins that eventually, as you get older, usually that start protruding off the surface of your skin, from the surface of your skin, in your lower extremities. And apparently, he had a kind of a nasty section that is all clotted up, so they zap it, literally cauterize it. Well, that must have been fun. Not. Presley! Yeah, venous malformation. MacKay. MacKay. I'm zooming. Are you Filipina? Yo. Have you met Presley? Presley, have you met? I think I made you a moderator pretty recently. Australian. Okay. Well, I mean, you could be a Filipino in Australia. No, you were born in Australia. Yeah, don't forget the like. Oh my gosh, look how many likes. We broke the record. 105 last time. Now we're up to 122. Am I a legit American? No, I'm fake. As the others have been saying, I'm stealing valor from that too. No, I am. Yes, I am. Born and raised San Diego, California. Sharp Hospital, Sharp Memorial Hospital. August 19th, 1962. I weighed 9 pounds, 8.5 ounces. I was a giant baby. And at 10 p.m. at night on August 19th. Yes, my birthday is next week or thereabouts. I'll be 45 again. No problem. It is a couple days. What's today? The 12th? Is today 12, guys? At least here it is. Yeah, it's 12. Next week. 7 days. No way, Frankie. Come on. Dude, you're in San Diego? Or at least you were there when she was born? I'm telling you. Well, I was there recently visiting family, and I was really disappointed. It was ugly where I went. And I was embarrassed to show my son. First time there. Well, no. He was there when he was 2 until he was 6 or 8. So he doesn't really know San Diego. But we just went there recently. Went to San Francisco and then down to San Diego. And we got to see a lot of the homeless on the off-ramps and the on-ramps of the interstates, the freeways. And I'm like, what are they doing here? They're on the sides of the road. And I went and did like a nostalgic tour, to places that I grew up and where we lived when he was there. And it was disappointing. It's almost sad. And I was almost embarrassed. And then we had kind of a bad experience at a Mexican restaurant in Old Town. And, Old Town's known for, the historic history of San Diego and, the Hispanic culture and the friars, that came and established missions, the San Diego mission up on the hill and all that. And it was just a bad experience. I was really bummed about my hometown experience. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, and my son even said, and it was like a kick in the stomach, "I'm not impressed, Dad." And I'm like, yeah, I figured that. As I'm hanging my head thinking, there's so much more to San Diego. And it is, one of the best tourist destinations in the world. Maybe I should have went to the beach instead, Went down to La Jolla and Pacific Beach. I even think we did that. I usually drive in that way. I'll go Torrey Pines and down the hill and right along the beach, the cliffs, down to La Jolla, and then take the tour I used to take on my bike, and then go through La Jolla and into Pacific Beach and then up Balboa, up to Claremont where I used to live. Now I'm going towards Sharp Hospital. Genesee exit off I-63. I know exactly. We stayed actually at the hotel there in Mission Valley. No. I was Operation Iraqi Freedom, Enduring Freedom. (2004, 2005). Well, I'm 3 hours. My wife's in Laurel, Maryland right now. She's an hour from DC. 45 minutes from her sister's house. She went to a concert there in Baltimore. So I'm 3 hour drive, 3+ hour drive from DC. 4 hours to DC. Kenya. Now see, Kenya has been in the circle for many, many years in this live stream. Not necessarily my live stream, but in the Filipino live stream circles community, Kenya ended up in their live streams. I'm not sure how, algorithm or sharing or whatever, but Kenya came into the Filipino live stream community, and that's where I first started meeting people from Kenya, was in the Filipino live stream community. And then I started live streaming, and then they started popping up in mine. And now I'm seeing Kenya again. So I'm wondering if that's why, that link is still there. Yeah, I'm global. Well, I love seeing how many countries I can get in here. What do we have? We got USA, we got Australia, we got Ireland, we got Kenya. I got to plug in here. No, you know what? My phone's still at 1 or 16. Boy, that was quick. Down to from 94 to 69. Okay, I'm back. The microphone's still hanging in there, so. Oh, it's only been an hour and 14 minutes. I've only been on an hour and 14? No. Oh, you know what it does? I already found out. Whenever the live loses signal, it resets the counter. Because I've been on since 1 in the morning, and here it is 5:30, or maybe it was 2 o'clock, but it's been at least 3 hours, and my counter says only an hour and 14 minutes. And I'm figuring out that whenever I lose signal, or I left for a moment and had to accept that two-way verification, it resets the counter. So, whoa, China Lake, Ridgecrest. Are you in the service, Stephen? Civilian. Good old Ridgecrest. Ridgecrest is before up old 395 and up the eastern side of the Sierra Nevadas. I know it well. Yeah, on the way to Mount Whitney or Mammoth or what pole is that town? Lodgepole? No. After Ridgecrest. 5:30 out here in Detroit. Turtle ship or turtle soup. I've had turtle soup. My aunt used to make it in Illinois. You can see Whitney from your back. I don't want to hear it, dude. Oh my gosh. Seriously. Lone Pine, thank you. Been there, done that. Oh my gosh. I used to rock climb for 30 plus years. So, driving that route back from Yosemite up and over Tuolumne Meadows down into Lake Tahoe and then back out to 15 or 395. Is that 395? Going through Lone Pine and Ridgecrest on down before it turns into 15? Is that 395? Yeah, Bishop. Oh my gosh, dude, you're bringing back. See, this is California that nobody knows. Everybody thinks, oh, LA and San Francisco. It's like, oh my gosh, there's so much more to California. You got to see the Sierra Nevadas and watch your jaw hit the ground. The Army has hua. Yeah, what is it? Ura. That's same as Marines. Some people add an H and say hoorah, but ura. That's what I say. And I'm in the I lived in Tehachapi, Stephen. Dude, land of four seasons. I lived above Bakersfield. I worked in Delano, 30 miles north of Bakersfield. My wife worked in Bakersfield at Bakersfield Memorial Hospital. She worked in Tehachapi when I flew her out there and proposed to her. I was living in Tehachapi and I thought, oh my gosh, I'm going to bring her to Tehachapi. She's going to fall in love with it. And she says, honey, you brought me to the woods. And I went, what do you mean the woods? This is gorgeous up here. I know, Steve. And then we eventually moved down into Bakersfield because I started going to school and I accepted that I was actually going to study to be a nurse. I didn't want to really do that, but I went ahead and started classes to do the prerequisites, or actually the requirements for nursing. And I got the phone call and got deployed, and that put an end to my school. I was 2 months in, and instead I went to Iraq. So instead of living in Bakersfield anymore, we uprooted. I went to Iraq, and my wife came back here to New Jersey, where her family is. And that was the end of California. And I've been here ever since I got back from Iraq. Well, I did try to sell her again, 2007 to 2011, but the squeaky wheel eventually got the grease. And I came back to New Jersey in 2011. So I've been here ever since. Yeah, I lived in Tehachapi. Oh my God, that was God's country up there. Unbelievable. I'm a former paramedic, civilian paramedic, and a Navy corpsman from 1999 to 2007. I was in pre-hospital emergency medicine from 1989 until 2008. Yeah, no kidding, Steve. Oh my gosh. Dude, you need to find my email in the description. If you're on your phone, apparently it's not visible on a phone. But if you can find a laptop or a desktop and go to my channel, drop the description down, and in that description, you'll see my email. Leave me an email and just let me know, so I can exchange. And maybe if I'm in California, once again, it's always good to have multiple points of contact. And maybe I can, do a solo trip and get an Airbnb nearby or something and just hook up and just visit and say hello. And we got Germany in the house. What part of Germany? Let's hear it. You got to spell it. Unless it's a big, obvious town or city, like Munich or Carson. Hello, what do you do? Why are you wearing that silly hat? It's not a hat, number one. I was a former paramedic, civilian paramedic, and a Navy corpsman in the United States Navy Reserves. The doc. Dortmund. Okay, educate us on the north, south, middle, northwest, northeast, south. Where is it? What's the nearest big city? Or is Dortmund a big city? Oh, middle west, near the border to the Netherlands. Oh. Netherlands, sorry, is that north? Or is it next to the west? Or is it touching the south part? What? When you get the age, you can be in the military all the way up until 43 years old, so it's never too late. Sure, I recommend it. Join the military. Free food, free housing. You get paid to play. I would recommend something though. If you're going to go into it as a career and do 20 years. Seriously, don't think that's a long time. Don't worry about it for now. But go into it to retire So if you go into it when you're 18 years old, you can retire at 38 years old. It might not be enough to live on and raise a family, but you'll have that paycheck into your account while you go back to work at 38 years old. What a deal. Man, I wished I would have done that. I wished I would have stayed in 20 years when I joined at 37. I would have retired at 57. That was 2019. That was only 7 years ago. Instead, I elected to let my contract expire after 8 years, and I got out in fear of being deployed to Afghanistan next. And it was a fear. I decided, you know what, I can't do this anymore. You know, I'm 45 years old. I got a new wife and a new child. I can't be going to Afghanistan and kicking around with the Marines. No. You know, I was in the best shape of my life. You know, in rock climbing got me that way. You know, I was pulling hard at 50 years old. Best shape of my life at 50. And, but even so, it's not a safe place to be performing, you know, you're providing medical care. No. Yeah, Iraq was a wake-up call. And I decided that's enough. I got to go. So I let my contract expire. Thank you very much, United States Navy. It was a wild ride. Well, it wasn't a wild ride, but it was a good experience. And I ended it at war. So what better note to end on? Yeah, Afghanistan. And who knows? I might have been the Mr. Toad's wild ride in Afghanistan, and I might have had the best, you know, it might have turned out to be the best gig, you know, I ever experienced. But it's a dangerous crapshoot. So I decided not to. Oh, there you go. Masseter. What is your masseter muscle? Speaking of masseter, yeah, your wake-up call was Afghanistan. You know what? The unit that I was assigned to, the 123 Marines, they did go to Afghanistan. So the rumor was true, turned out to be true. I believe they did. Alexa, did the 123 Marines deploy to Afghanistan somewhere around 2007?
Yes. The first
Yes.
23rd Marine Regiment was deployed to Afghanistan around 2007.
Yep.
Taking part in operations there.
That's when my contract expired in 2007. See there? I was walking on eggshells. The rumor when I came home, or before I came home, was that they might be going to Afghanistan next. And that gave me the EBGBs. I was like, dang it. You know, do I stay in or do I get out? I knew my 20-year was available, and see there? They did deploy. 2007. Yeah. And I don't know how that went. You know, I don't know. Alexa, did the 123 Marines lose or have any fatalities during that deployment to Afghanistan?
Yes.
Yes.
The 1st Battalion, 23rd Marine Regiment did suffer fatalities in Afghanistan. They reported 9 casualties overall, 5 killed by Taliban action and 4 from accidents. The first
9 fatalities.
2011 as a friendly fire incident involving a Hellfire missile.
And a friendly fire incident by a Hellfire missile. God.
The friendly fire strike occurred on April 6, 2011, near San
Oh, that was 2011. Oh, so that was another time frame. Okay.
Navy Corpsman Benjamin Ross were hit by a Hellfire missile fired from a U.S. Air Force Predator drone. Their unit, the 1st Battalion, 23rd Marine Regiment, mistook their heat signatures for insurgents and called in the strike. It was the first time U.S. troops were killed by a Predator-delivered missile in a friendly fire incident.
Well, it wasn't, that was 2011 that, Alexa, don't listen anymore. Gosh, stop.
You're absolutely right. That friendly fire incident.
Alexa, stop. Oh my gosh. You know, our deployment only, I say only, you know, I mean, fatality is a fatality, whether it's one or 40. But out of 600 approximately 600 Marines, we lost 4 during that deployment in 2004, 2005. And 2 of them was from a motor vehicle accident, head-on Mercedes-Benz and a Humvee. Killed the driver and the passenger. Wasn't even a, you know, war-related fatality. So motor vehicle accident. And the other one was an IED blew up. They actually brought the Humvee in, and it was like a bent chewing gum wrapper. And the driver and passenger were killed in that. You know, I haven't been following that news. I haven't heard about Air Force planes crashing lately. You know, that mistook their heat signature. Did you see that? It's a good documentary of the Canadians that came in after the Marines left and occupied Kandahar province, I think it was. FOB there, and the experience they had, the Canadians, they ended up taking a friendly fire incident from us, very similar, but it's kind of disturbing to hear the actual sequence of events. It wasn't a heat signature. Well, what they did detect heat signature from the weapons that were being fired on the ground. The pilots did, F-16 pilots, or 2 of them. They were working, flying tandem. And they mistook the firing that was going on as being fired at them. And they asked for permission to engage. They denied them to make sure that it wasn't friendly. And then when they got the second, I believe this is the sequence of events, when they got the response, they went ahead and gave them the okay to engage. And it was, they missed it. They just missed the ball. It was a location of a FOB. I mean, the Canadian occupation. And they were doing practicing out on the range. And those F-16s dropped a 500-pounder or something, whatever aircraft it was. And it actually went to court, you know, the military court and everything, and they got cleared of any wrongdoing. But the Canadians were pretty pissed. Like, how could they miss that? You know, well, this is all documented. We're on the radar, per se, you know, as occupying this place on the map. So what else could it be? Anyways, it was a very unfortunate event, friendly fire. I mean, then again, it happens, it seems like it happens everywhere. Vietnam, all wars. War isn't a perfect game, that's for sure. You know, if somebody keeps on posting ridiculous stuff, just delete, I mean, put them on timeout there, Yoop. I don't even know what to call you properly. What do I call you? Yoop? Yeah, you yup. What? I see, I can't pronounce it. I don't know what to call you. Oh, did somebody answer? What is the masseter muscle? Masseter. Yeah, that was the Marine technician. Where are you? Are you on a ship? Or are you on the land? A landlubber. Poland. Sorry, I missed you earlier. Oh my gosh, I hit the wrong. Praise God for the military cartel. Right? I mean, what would the U.S. be without a military? Here, that's the best way to put it. Let's just take away the military. And what do you think would happen to America if we didn't have a military? Can you imagine? I can't. I don't really understand that, why countries, would run and play tug of war with who can take over America, or who would take over America if, we didn't have a military. Yoop is youping. Johnny. Oh, cartel. Everybody, did you hit the thumbs up? Yeah, I don't even think the civilian population would be able to withstand any country's military. You mean if we didn't have a military, the USA would become a third world country? Amen. Are you from a foreign country, TLO, by any chance? Yeah, don't slurp. Are you in a foreign country? I'm suspecting you are. I say that because it's typical that a foreign country praises the United States. Australia, yeah. It's true. I mean, you hear so many foreign countries, I've met those from foreign countries, and the praise and literally the hugs and the dreams that they have of being in America one day is like so humbling. It makes you realize, it's like, those that don't already know what they have and where they are in the world, being in the United States, wait till you have a person from Albania, or a fellow Iraqi, a former Iraqi pilot, or an Iraqi teacher with a bachelor's in nursing, speak to you and tell you of their dreams and their visions of America growing up, even as a Muslim, or the dream, that they would have, that they would be able to bring their family to America. And yet you got fellow Americans speak so harshly about their own country and complaining. It's like, do you really have a clue of where you are and what you have? I didn't even know till I got in the military, and things started to kind of open my eyes, and I went, oh my gosh. And I've been living in basically a cave in my little comfort zone. Travel to a foreign country. Go to the Philippines. You want tears in your eyes when you come home? Go to the Philippines. and spend a month there. Go to Kathmandu, Nepal. Go to Thailand. Go to Iraq. It's like, gosh. You want to feel unsafe from the get-go when you get off the airplane? Go to a foreign country. Step across their border, out of your border, and go to a foreign country. See how much power your ID and your wallet has. Ha! Step across the border into Tijuana, Mexico, and flash your credentials over there. See what good that does. Try staring down the barrel of a 357 chromed Magnum in Mexico of an off-duty police officer. You know the expression, they get down there on their knees and kiss the ground when they come back to America? I literally did that. The relief it is just to step across the border of the United States again. You are nothing when you step across outside the United States. You're nothing. I don't care who you are, how much ID you have. Yeah, a lot of expats in Mexico too. Yep. Yep. Because you want to live where? I'm sorry, I missed. Lots of folks move to Thailand. Well, that's the Philippines. We're thinking about retiring in the Philippines because her family's there, and she's got an aunt there right now. She lives here in Atlantic City, and she retired, and she goes back. I think she's there right now. She's back in the Philippines because her money goes, 10 times as far. Turkey Dambil, or something like that. I'll be dang. Small world. I'm seeing Bakersfield. I'm like, oh my gosh. Yeah, we lived right near, in an apartment complex near Bakersfield Memorial Hospital. I worked up in Delano at Delano Ambulance. It was Delano Ambulance at the time. And I would commute from Tehachapi, actually, 70 miles from Tehachapi. What is it, 40 miles from Tehachapi down into Bakersfield, and then 30 miles up to 33 miles, I think it was officially, to Delano. And sometimes, if our schedules coincided, my wife would be at work, I'd be up in Delano, and I would call her and say, honey, meet me, and we'd make a reservation at a hotel, and we'd just do like an overnighter in a hotel instead of traveling all the way back up to Tehachapi. And we'd just kick in a hotel overnight and go to dinner that night after, she'd get off work, and we'd go back to a hotel instead of driving up to Tehachapi. And then the next morning, we would pack up and drive up to Tehachapi and go home. Yeah, much of America doesn't even know where Europe is. What else? What else? That's because God blesses nations. What verse, Alexa, what verse is that where it says God blesses not only people, but blesses nations? It's in the Old Testament. What verse is that?
The verse you're thinking of is Genesis 12:3, which says, I will bless those who bless you, and all peoples on earth will be blessed through you. It's also echoed in Genesis 22:18.
Genesis 22:18. It's two spots, but I'm going to look at 22:18 only because I think that first verse he just read didn't say what I was looking for. 22:18. Chapter 22:18. And Balaam answered and said unto him, No, Balak, I would give me this house full of silver and gold. I cannot go beyond the word of the Lord my God. Oh, that's Numbers. What am I? Oh my gosh. Come on, Gary. 22:18. Here. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. It says, and said, by myself have I sworn, says the Lord, for because thou hast done this thing, and hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, that in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore, and thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. You see, if a country obeys his voice, he'll bless you. God bless America. The country was founded on the Word of God. Therefore, America's blessed by who? By God. That was the verse that I was thinking of. It was actually Colonel Ryberg. I mentioned him earlier. His military ministry. He gave that a preaching on that verse, or used that verse in his in a preaching that he did in San Diego at a church I attended there. Yeah, 140. Unbelievable. This is crazy. Do you know how many viewers? Now they're just viewers, but I'm stuttering. It multiplies exponentially as far as watch hours, how much time, is spent watching this when you get thousands of people that view this. And I got 6,500 last time. I think my record is 15,000. But I haven't reached that yet since then, only once. But now recently, the channel's been getting above 5,000 viewers. I wonder how many this one's going to get when everything's said and done. Delano, Taft, Shafter. Exactly. Now that's a big crack area. Correct? Taft and Shafter. Yep. Now we didn't service that area, so I didn't respond down south. We responded north, McFarland. McFarland's south of Delano, but that was like the furthest. We didn't respond. We stayed within that county. What county is that? But we occasionally responded up to Tulare County when we would do mutual aid for them, meaning when they didn't have an ambulance available, we'd go up there. Had some I spoke about a pretty gory motor vehicle accident, a couple of them that I responded to up there on I-99. 2 beheadings, actually, I witnessed. Literal. One was more than a beheading. It was debris, human debris, a torso and human debris after a semi. Apparently a female security guard was successful in committing suicide and jumped off a bridge right there near Delano Ambulance, just north on I-99. She jumped off the bridge onto the interstate and a semi hit her. We found her lower jaw no, that was the other guy. Anyways, lower jaw in the grill of the semi with the teeth still intact. Like, what? We knew she was a female because I found her foot. She had painted toenails, and we found her hand. It had a ring finger and painted fingernails. And I saw her long hair that was still matted on her security guard jacket with no head. Her long hair was stuck to the back of her jacket. Bits of it. Long hair, painted toenails, painted fingernails with a ring finger on her finger. But it was just her torso in the middle of I-99. No head. Couldn't even see her legs, couldn't see her arms. It was a round jacket still on with hair stuck to the back of the jacket in a pool of liquid. I guess it was a combo of every kind of liquid. I thought it was a firefighter had sprayed the area down before we got there, or maybe a car fire or something. No. There was no firefighter liquid water anywhere. It was all remnant from that body. And I almost fell on my head slipping on it. True story. Yeah, it was wild. Wild. We didn't have no patient on that call. Actually, the semi-truck driver, he was pretty, shooken up. But as far as, being hurt, no, he kept saying, did I kill her? Did I kill her? And I'm like, yeah. I didn't say that. Threw that key away. Did I kill her? So I know I'm jumping around a little bit about my prior emergency medical wild campfire stories. Aubrey, we're brothers. Give each other shit sometimes, but that's the respect we have for each other. Donald J. Trump comes in. No, I'm the best. Oh, sounds traumatic. It was more than that. See, a lot of suicide attempts I don't even know if anyways, I'll probably get flagged for saying that word. But anyways, are unsuccessful because they're cries for help. They really are. I understand that now. And even the more successful methods are frequently not successful. But this lady, she definitely was successful. Yeah, she was. Do you know what the last thing going through her mind was? That lady that jumped off the bridge? A semi! Ba-doom, psh. Okay, that wasn't funny. Actually, it was. That's the type of stuff that we would, laugh about after a call like that, as we're eating a sandwich and a 32-ouncer from 7-Eleven, after that call. Like, oh my gosh, did you see that? Yeah, I saw that. Did you happen to see the, you know, no, I didn't see that. Where'd you see that? Yeah, didn't you check out the trees over there? Or something, Dave Chappelle? No, that's a first. I've gotten the going trend right now is Clint Eastwood. Before it was Pierce Brosnan, Bond, James Bond. And I've gotten Arnold Schwarzenegger, Simon Cowell, the judge from AGT. My favorite gun, well, I'm not an avid shooter, but I just know what I know from past experience. So they're not necessarily my favorite. I just know of them, and I think they're pretty cool. The Barrett 50 cal, that's a pretty awesome weapon. Got to shoot that in Iraq. Got to help the sniper zero that as a spotter. And then here, I'll tell you the story about my 50 cal experience. So true story, I'm out on the range with them, and they needed a spotter. So I volunteered to go out there. Whenever somebody's out at the range, there needs to be a standby medical. That's just procedure, even in the civilian world. So I'm out there not only playing, but he wanted me to spot. So he gave me his binoculars, and I'm looking downrange, and he fires it, and then I tell him where he hit, or I was having problems actually seeing where he was hitting. And then afterwards, he's like, "You want to shoot, Doc?" And I was like, "Absolutely." Never shot a 50 cal before. He's like, "Just make sure you keep your mouth closed." And I'm thinking, did he just tell me to shut up? I couldn't quite figure out, why do I need to keep my mouth shut when I'm firing a weapon? Do I talk too much? Or, I couldn't put two and two together. But I'm like thinking, okay, keep my mouth shut. I won't say anything while I'm shooting. I'll make sure I'm quiet. And I'm a lefty, no comments from the peanut gallery. I'm right-handed, but I shoot left-handed. So I'm on my stomach in a prone position, and I get to shoot this thing. And it's up on a tripod. And so I get it up against my shoulder. He kind of gives me some hinters. He actually puts the round in and shuts the chamber. And I'm like, what do I shoot? He says, just pick a rock. And I'm like, okay. So I find a rock in the distance, and I pull the trigger, and it's amazing the shock absorber that it has in it and how comfortable that thing is to shoot, and the amount of power that thing has. It literally just moves your body, but it doesn't like jolt you. It's like your whole body. It's like one big unit. The weapon and you are like one big unit, and it just slides you back. So anyways, after I pulled the trigger, I realized, oh my gosh, my mouth is full of mud. It's full of dirt and saliva. And I look over at him, I'm like dripping. He goes, "I told you to keep your mouth shut." And I went, oh, that's what he meant. But he didn't want to tell me anything more. You just make sure you keep your mouth shut, because of the dust that thing kicks up, and it just went, it filled my mouth with mud. And I'm all, and taking my finger and pulling that stuff out of my mouth. He just smiled. "I told you to keep your mouth shut." He knew exactly what was going to happen. And I must have been doing this, as I'm taking aim. Oh my gosh. So if you ever fire a 50 cal, be sure and keep your mouth shut. Be diligent and think while you're shooting. Okay, mouth closed, breathe through my nose. Am I a real one? A real what? 15-1. As far as what weapon I carry, back to answering your question, they issue a 9mm. Yeah, and the M16A1. At least it was the A1 then. Yeah, closed mouths don't get fed. The oh my gosh, starts with a G. What's my 9mm? What brand is it again? Oh my gosh. Oh, Mekong, you're back. My best friend is a medic trainer, ambulance helicopter pilot. Awesome. Wow, you got to fly in the passenger seat? Or were you in the back? No, not the Glock. It's, come on, my 9mm. Maybe it does start with a G. Alexa, what's the Navy issue 9mm?
The Navy's current 9mm sidearm is the 6-Sauer M17 full-size and M18 compact modular handgun system.
Alexa, what was the issue in 2004, 2005? It was a 9mm.
In 2004 to 2005, the Navy's 9mm sidearm was still the Beretta M9.
Oh, Beretta. Thank you. I said it started with a G. Gosh.
That period also saw the start
It's still. Now I think they were talking about Special Forces. Special Forces issue is a Sig Sauer, but the standard issue for the Navy is the Beretta. I keep calling it with a G. It's not a G. It's a B. I don't know what a parabellum is. Huh. Oh, did you see you can see on one of my profile pictures for the live stream, I think like 2 live streams back under the live stream playlist, you'll see me, speaking of tanks, oh my gosh, she's a wave. They actually call them waves still? That was my friend's mother. She was a wave back in the 40s or the 50s. I didn't realize that's what they called them still. Richard, Aubrey. Wait, who's the one? Yeah, the Beretta. Thank you, Stephen. I'm sorry. I see you put it up there. Lisa Weber. Awesome. What's your daughter do in the Navy? What's her job? All right, you. Thank you for being the hall monitor. Marines, not my duty station was Ventura County Naval Air Station at Point Magoo, but I got deployed with the 123 Marines, so I was greenside at that time for about a total of 10 months. Later, as you were. Ooh, nice. Do you know what her her rate is and rank? Ah, you were born in, look at this, small world. Stephen, you were born in Oxnard. Oh my gosh. Dude, we're talking too much in common. Gosh. Yeah, I would travel from Bakersfield and go across, what's the name of the town where the garlic town, where it's popular for the garlic. What is that? Yeah, we'd travel through the grape vineyards, into Oxnard and the orange orchards. Yep. Wow. Small world. Look at all these people. Love it. Grandpa was in the U.S. Air Corps. Oh, what a cool job for your daughter. Really. She's going to make the big bucks. Is she an officer? A commissioned officer? She have her bachelor's or above, or Is she enlisted? They started her training in Panama. Transferred to San Diego. What do you mean? Ask her. Say, what is your rate and rank? I don't know. Let's ask Alexa. Alexa, if you are encrypting or decrypting messages in the United States Navy, what might your rate be? Alexa, in the United States Navy, if you're decoding or encrypting or decrypting messages, what might your rate be?
In the U.S. Navy, anyone decoding, encrypting, or decrypting messages is a cryptologic technician.
Yeah, cryptologic technician or CT. You know what? My dad was a CT, second class.
Secret/SCI clearance.
Yeah. They get FBI clearances. I get the volume turned down, but I was hearing the end of that. Sounds like what she is. She's a cryptologist technician, a CT. So she's enlisted. Or, like I said, if she's an officer, then she's got an officer rank, like a lieutenant, JG lieutenant.
Technician, CT, is an enlisted rating.
Yeah, it's a CT is an enlisted rating,
Officers
but
who work in naval intelligence have separate designations, such as intelligence officer or cryptologic officer.
yeah, the commissioned officers are cryptologic officer or an intelligence officer. Yeah, Gilroy. Thank you, Stephen.
Commissioned officers can be
Okay, Alexa, stop. Gosh. Yeah, good old Gilroy. See? I'm telling you. Chapters of my life took me, to all these different experiences. I told this last live stream. My very first day in the Navy down in San Diego, 32nd Street. I'm 36 years old, 37 at this time. When I had my first muster, first roll call there in the Navy was at 32nd Street. And, 0700 in the morning. And after we mustered, we all broke to go do our duty. Well, I first day there. I don't even know where I'm at or where I'm going. And they assigned me to another fellow corpsman. And so I'm like just about turning around to follow him. And I hear this, HM2, MacKay. And I went, I turned around like, who's calling my name? And it's a chief, a lady in her, what do they call the tan uniform? And she's like, can I talk to you for a minute? And I thought, okay, what'd I do? Am I in trouble? And she's like, no, come here. I just want to, follow me. She's all smiles. And she's a Filipina lady. I happened to marry one after the fact. I didn't meet my wife until 2000. This was 1999 when I first joined the Navy. So I go into her office. She's like, yeah, shut the door. And I'm thinking, okay. Not only do I not know where I'm at and what I'm doing, I'm still trying to figure out how to wear my uniform correctly and who to salute and who not to salute, distinguishing an officer from a enlisted. And now I got a chief calling me into her office. And so she's relaxed. She's like, no, don't worry about it. Relax. I just want to know who you are. I've never met you before. And I'm like, yeah, me neither. So we started talking, and I told her I'm a civilian paramedic, and I told her how I got into the Navy and joined, through the APG program and advanced pay grade, bringing my paramedic license into the military. And then she's like, well, what do you like to do in outside of? I said, well, I've been rock climbing for, 1999. I'd been climbing for 81, 91, that's 10 years, 18 years at the time. And so I was super fit already going into the Navy. And I like to, I told her other, interests that I had. And she's like, huh, all right. And next thing you know, she says, excuse me a minute, I'll make a phone call. She gets on the phone, push button, And she's like got her feet up on her desk. She's rocks back in her chair and she's talking. And I'm just kind of looking around the room and looking at her plaques and, just what do I do now? She's on the phone. And then I started overhearing her conversation and she's like, yeah, I got a HM2. Actually, I was HM3 at the time, third class petty officer. HM3 MacKay here with me. And yeah, you still got an opening for a rescue swimmer? And I'm thinking, rescue swimmer? Well, she must not be talking about me because, I'm a corpsman. I couldn't quite figure out what she's talking about and why she mentioned my name. And then, obviously she's getting a response and then she talks a little more and she's like, all right. And then she hangs up and she says, she brings her feet back down and she rocks forward. She says, puts her hands on the desk and she says, yeah, I was just talking to Point Magoo, actually Port Hueneme, up in north of Oxnard. You know exactly where Port Hueneme is. And just a moment, as far as being the largest naval teaching center, I don't know. I was, somebody said in the previous live stream that they send corpsmen elsewhere to be trained and were trying to call me out that I was stolen valor. And I was like, well, I have no idea where they send the corpsmen because they didn't have to train me. I was a paramedic. I was already trained. I didn't have to go to that school. So I have no idea where the biggest naval training center, I wouldn't doubt it. At Navy Balboa Hospital, I believe, is a training hospital for medicine. But, and maybe up in Washington State and in Bremerton, but don't quote me on that. I really don't know. So anyhow, she tells me that she was speaking to Helicopter Squadron 5 up in Port Hueneme, HCS 5, and that they have a billet open for a rescue swimmer. Actually, they have an opening because their rescue swimmer unfortunately got killed in a civilian motor vehicle accident. And they're without a corpsman, and they're filling that billet like right now. And you just happened to walk in, the chief talking to me, and I think you would be a perfect fit. And I'm thinking, holy moly. I'm just in the Navy. I'm just joined the Navy. I don't even know what I'm doing. And you're asking me if I want to be a rescue swimmer now. And she's trying to tell me, the basic, gist of what they do. They fly on CH-60 Black Hawk helicopters. And I went, holy gosh. What? Well, you don't have to make a decision now, but why don't you go home and think about it? And here's my number, and let me know as soon as possible, because they need to fill that opening like yesterday. So the sooner you make a decision, like no pressure, but really it was. And I went home and I thought about it and I thought, wow. And my swimming skills, not bragging, they're good to go. My dad was a lettered swimmer in high school, and he taught all his kids how to swim. And so, I'm not a professional, but, I can swim. I actually used swimming to train in my rock climbing fitness. And anyways, so I thought, I think I could do this. And so I called her back and I said, let's do it. And so she called the unit back up in Port Hueneme, scheduled an interview. Within 2 weeks, I was driving however many hours from San Diego, 2+ hours up to Port Hueneme. And I interviewed with them. And they were like, all we need is a physical and the paperwork from a doctor. And as soon as we get that CHIT, C-H-I-T, we'll send you to Pensacola, Florida, and we'll start you in swim school. And I was like, I was getting nervous, but at the same time excited. And I thought, man, I'm going to do this. I couldn't get a dental issue. I had a cap missing on a molar at the time. And I was in between paramedic jobs. I wasn't working full-time nor part-time. I was in between jobs. And I had already become a reservist in the Navy. And I couldn't get that dental issue taken care of. I didn't have any money. I didn't have any insurance. And I had to call the unit back and tell them I couldn't do it. And they're like, that's okay. We got to move on. We got to move forward. And I was like, sorry. And so they ended up getting somebody else. I never did. Wonder what would have unfolded if I had become a rescue swimmer. That would have been pretty, I think that would have been a pretty cool gig. So anyways, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I didn't. $5,000 instead, they gave her $15,000. Yep. Probably because of what she did and the slot she was going to fill. They really needed somebody. They always make exceptions in the military. Yeah, cool. Well, sounds like your daughter's set. What a job. Really. That's like an interpreter. Can you imagine being an interpreter? Like an English interpreter? But you'd need to know foreign language, but they would send you to a foreign language school. Yeah, I know. Lisa, my daughter's down in Port Richey, Florida, with my grandkids and my son-in-law, her husband. Ishant, what's up, bro? What's that now in the military? We got 6,300, what, PLN? Equals 2,400 per month. Is that a foreign currency, PLN? Or I'm confused. Wait, did they send my granddaughter to Panama City or Pensacola? Oh, I don't know. For her training? How come you don't know this? You're her mother. Oh, it's your currency. And where's that? What's PLN? What's the PLN currency, Alexa? What's PLN currency?
PLN is the
Oh.
Polish zloty, symbol ZL, ISO code PLN. It's been Poland's official currency.
Polish. Sorry, you answered it and I just read it.
100 years.
Okay. Gotcha. I don't know. Maybe she tested going into the Navy and they recognized that she had, she did well on her, what is it called, her ASVAB. I didn't have to do any of that. So if you ask me, how did you score on your ASVAB? I didn't have to take an ASVAB. I was already a trained paramedic, and they look at the rate and your experience in your resume, and they say, okay, you got this much college credit. You've got, this paramedic job covers meets these certain criteria, and that's equivalent to this in the Navy. Some of the guys in my Field Medical Service School, FMS school in Camp Lejeune, they were brought into the military as a second class. Couldn't quite figure that one out. It's like, and I found out they were paramedics also. I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. If they're a paramedic and I'm a paramedic, how come they got second class and I got third class? I don't know. Maybe the recruiter was able to Oh, what are the Villages? Sorry. Originally from Palm Beach. Is that a residential area in Palm Beach? I was medical field. Was rank in the Polish Army. Oh, I'll be dang. Cool. I don't know, Lisa. I really don't. I don't know what or how they qualify her. And not sure. Oh, no. As far as white phosphorus, no. Oh, your grandmother. Gotcha. I see. Where is she now? Is she in San Diego or do you know? Is it because her maternal side is all that? What? Username? High school. 98. Perpetual speed. That was it. What is perpetual speed? Oh my gosh, you know what? It's almost 7 in the morning and it's daylight. I haven't even been to sleep yet, guys. You know what? Because of that, therefore, I got to become somewhat human. Johnny, dude, I got to go right as you came in. I haven't been to sleep, guys. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. 6:35, 7, whatever. Going on 7. Correct. Camp Lejeune and Marines. That's where I deployed out of. That's where the processing, that's where processing and demobilization took place. Mobilization and demobilization was out of Camp Lejeune. I was in Bakersfield. I reported to, I think, March Air Force Base, hung out there for a little while, did some training, and then flew, I believe, out of March Air Force Base, where to Germany, they refueled, and then into Kuwait. And we got on a helicopter. They flew us into Al Asad, which was the wildest roller coaster ride I'd ever experienced. No lights, I don't know, a couple 100 feet off the ground. Got nauseous. Thank God I didn't yak all over the place. And then we landed. And then we got on 7 tons and shipped us into the FOB, which was 1/8 of a mile if you walk around the perimeter of the base. You walk around 8 times, it's a mile. That's how small of a circle I was in for 7 months. Oh, the Villages, Florida? Oh, it's like a college town for the retired. Cool. Oh, Ocala and Leesburg. Well, my daughter, her husband has mom and dad in Clearwater. And they lived in Clearwater for a while. And then they sold the house and moved to a even bigger house in Port Richey. My daughter's a cosmetologist. She does waxing and tattooing of the eyebrows and lips. Does she do lips? And he like flips houses, but he's the manager of like a 3-part owner of this demolition construction something. So he's got workers that work under him that does the physical work. Doc, we need a karaoke stream. Oh my gosh. Now I've done that before too. The Filipino live stream community is all about karaoke. If you know anything about the Filipinos, you know, they live on karaoke and videoke. And, you know, I'm married to a Filipina, so we've had the microphones and the sound boxes, and I've live streamed and broadcast the music actually through the live stream and singing to it at the same time. Been there, did that. I can actually sing some songs in Tagalog in the Filipino dialect, and so we've done that before. Oh, Blue Angels. Yep. I know, Steve. I think my wife and son are coming home today. My wife went to a concert with her niece. Good old BTS, the Korean, K-pop, not K-pop, the Korean boy band. They performed in Baltimore, Maryland. So she went googly-eyed over that, and her and my son's cousin, female, they went together. And that was last night till around midnight. So they might be coming home today. No. Jax or Mayport? No, I haven't. Down in Florida, I've only driven and flown down to see my grandkids down to Clearwater and Port Richey 2 or 3 times. And I drove myself towards Lake Okeechobee, but I didn't have enough time to make it there. So I went as far as Lake Kissimmee, and the Kissimmee River that drains out of the lake off whatever road that was on the way to Lake Okeechobee. But I had to stop there because I didn't have any more time. And I fished in the river for a little bit until my time ran out. And then I started heading back north and drove back to New Jersey. So I haven't visited any other place in Florida. The towns that you're talking about are on the West Coast? Mayport? On the Gulf side? Johnny, I think, was that you that mentioned that before? And I told you, I've tried that before, and it doesn't work out as, the results aren't as positive. And so I decided to just keep it solo and let the chat room fill up. Guys, I got to go. Lisa, the rest of you, scramble. Don't forget to hit the like button. And if you want, you can subscribe. I'm not on any schedule, so you'll get the notification whenever I'm back on and any videos that I post. All right, Johnny. Resurrection. And the rest of you. I wish I could mention all you guys. Stupid Garrow. Oh, that sounds fun. Username, Starry. Mr. Boston, of course. No, I think Clint Eastwood's older than I am. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Stephen, Minnick, pleasure. And of course, Lisa, I think I already mentioned you. Ennis, and the rest of you. Jay. Sanibel Island. Later, guys. As you were. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya.